I'm sorry, who is this? Is this Kathy? Oh, I'm sorry. This is Dean in Memphis. Want to do a mic check. Sorry. No. I just need a transmission. Somebody to do an audio check. So this is the number I called yesterday. I thought, or maybe it was another guy. Who's it? Boris, I think. No. No, I think I got the number. Yeah, okay. I'll call him. Thanks. Boris, Dean O'Neill in Memphis. Got you a picture and audio going now. You should see me in front. You guys are on 22nd though, aren't you? Or maybe not. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a good day. All right.
I'm trying to get everybody in here because she'll be in here shortly. So she said she'll be here maybe like maybe 9:20.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You guys are on 20-second delay usually, so hopefully by the time you answer, it's going to come to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey Siri, call John Goulis. Testing. Hey, I'm sending you audio. I tried calling transmission, nobody answered, so I'm sending audio right now, so along with video. You should see me. Yeah, I got shorts on. No. Sorry. I won't wear a tie. Sorry. So it's all good. Everybody's fine here. So anyway, you guys are on 20-second delay, I think, right?
Okay. Now, pending. Okay. Now, this morning, pending, and they took it out of my account.
Yep.
So I got 721 in the bank.
All right.
But my available balance is $169.
Okay, sounds good, man. I just they wanted to start at 9, but I don't think they're going to. But they just said that.
First horizon. I don't know. Well, according to what you told me, they had one, but it was $40 less because of the hold amount. So the one that they actually took, cleared was the 256.09 instead of the 290 something. See, this was the day before yesterday. 296 and 256. They just play. What's up, George?
You bring us to go play from last night? Whatever y'all went. You bring us play out?
Also, then to 30 minutes, I see
Better. Better, it's better. Everybody going to come?
Yeah.
Have any complaints? Y'all, I don't think I'm good at that.
How did you see this blank expression on my face, like,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 10. The 30th Judicial District of the State of Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near and give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
Can we bring Mr. Johnson out, please? All right, the defendants in court. Good morning, lawyers. Morning. Do we have any matters we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
We had a conference pretty good. Me and Mr. Evans say has one extra witness to call first thing to clear up a mistake from yesterday. Then we'll go into the phone expert witness. There's no issues to take up with regard to the phone expert witness. We have settled those between the parties. Mr. Evans's phone expert is also here. After my expert's direct testimony, he may ask you for a quick break to consult with his expert before his cross-examination. After the phone expert, both parties would ask you for about a 10 to 15 minute break so we can go through some of the proposed exhibits with what will be the state's last witness in our case sheet. And then we'll get that witness on the stand, Judge.
The break that you'll ask for, Mr. Evans, after the direct of Mr. Harriman's witness, will it be short, or do I need to excuse the jury for a few minutes?
I would ask probably excuse them for a few minutes. And it won't be a long break. I mean, 10, 15 minutes.
That's fine. And that witness, your witness, is in court.
He is.
And that's okay with the state?
Absolutely, absolutely. He's an expert witness who's here, and he's here to listen to the expert witness from the state, and we don't have a problem with that.
That's fine. All right. If there are no other matters to take up, we can bring in the jury. Well, do we have the people from outside, the audience in? Do we have the audience in from outside? Yes. Okay.
Ready, Judge?
Ma'am?
Jury is now entered into the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I trust everybody had a good night. Good. Well, we're going to get started this morning. We got a little work to do. Mr. Hagerman, call you next witness.
Lieutenant Lockheed.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing Your Honor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. What you said, please.
Could you tell us your first and last name, please?
My first name is Mahaj. My last name is Abdullah.
And could you spell the first and last, please?
Yes, sir. My first name is spelled M-A''H-A''J''. My last name is spelled A-B-D-U-L hyphen B-A-A Q-E-E.
Let me first apologize for you having to be here, because I'm going to take responsibility for it. Okay? You are an extra witness to clear up a mistake from yesterday. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Memphis Police Department.
And how long have you been with Memphis Police Department?
26 years.
2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Did you have occasion to work on the case having to do with the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., the rapper known as Dolph?
Yes, sir.
In particular, on November the 24th, and then on November the 26th of 2021, did you have occasion to go to the Crosstown building?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
We were attempting to see if there was video footage in connection with this investigation.
Did you speak with security there?
Yes.
Were you allowed to view video there?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve video from there?
Yes, sir, we did.
And was it accurate surveillance footage from the building
Yes, sir.
from November the 16th and November the 17th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And was it one camera angle or many camera angles?
Many camera angles.
In fact, November the 26th, I'm looking at your supplement. You actually created a timeline of the various events that you witnessed on the surveillance tape. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the hour and the minute, and then what you observed.
Yes, sir.
Correct? For instance, at 2:41, the surveillance video shows a male wearing a black cap with a Bass Pro logo. You made that sort of timeline, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That accounted for, or did it? Did it account for the comings and goings of a suspect that I sort of just described with the Bass Pro hat?
Yes, sir.
Those videos that you viewed and that you obtained, did they have timestamps on them?
Yes, sir.
So when you watched the videos, you could see what time it was and you could see the time going as you watched it.
Yes, sir.
Those accurate timestamps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I explain to you
Judge, I
earlier?
want to object to the answer about accuracy unless he lay a foundation as to how he would know that.
Sustain.
Did you review the footage with the security officers?
Yes, sir.
And when you reviewed that security footage, were you invited back to see where they had this footage and where they kept it and everything?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the time on the video that you were when you were back there to be the true time of the security cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you before you got on the stand how those videos were played to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that each sort of event, let's say it's the man in the Bass Pro hat leaving the building at 2:40 a.m., okay, was shown as a reel, which would mean the individual, for instance, would walk to the elevator and be on the elevator camera. And then when he got in the elevator, it would switch to the inside the elevator camera.
Yes, sir.
And when he got to the lobby, it would switch to the lobby camera. And when he got to the parking area, it would switch to the parking camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you obtained the videos, though, you got videos of each separate camera. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that when you make a reel of the cameras, that the timestamps disappear and aren't part of the reel?
Yes, sir.
And did I tell you that to make up for that, a black screen was inserted in front of each of the events on the reel that had a date and time of what we were looking at?
Yes, sir.
Did I tell you that of the various events, that black screen was correct for all but one?
Yes, sir.
And I tell you there was a mistake with regard to one of those reels.
Yes, sir.
And I want to take responsibility, for that. I want to show you and ask you if you recognize these to be the original videos, not made into a reel, that you obtained from Crosstown with regard to the suspect leaving directly before Dolph's homicide. Okay?
Okay.
And I don't know if you can see, can you see through the plastic to the green writing up top?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that green writing up top?
The green writing up top says 8th floor W8 elevator, and it gives the, I'm looking at a date of 11/17/21 with a time of 10:49 and 26 seconds, 28 seconds right now, a.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay. If you could stop it just for 1 second. That's 10:49 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I tell you that the black screen that we had seen previously said 11:49 or 11:41 was off an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Did I tell you that was a mistake?
Yes, sir.
And we'll take ownership of that mistake. Is this the true timestamp?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Anybody? Stop it there.
So we're watching the entire video, not spliced into a reel. So we'll go on for another 20 seconds. And the timestamp now is 10:51:14 a.m.
Yes, sir.
We'll go to the next camera. You see the timestamp on this one?
Yes, sir.
10:50 a.m.
Yes, sir.
We're ending that one. It is 10:51 a.m.
I'm sorry.
10:51 and 47 seconds. 10:51:50. The next one. It's 10:52.
Yes, sir.
10:53. $10:55. Turning into 10:56. It was right at the 50-something seconds. Seconds, 35 seconds. White vehicle. It's 10:56 and 25 seconds. Camera at 10:56 and 50-something seconds.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, even though we've seen those videos before spliced together as a reel, since these have the true time and the true time stamp on it, not the error, I would like to introduce these into evidence under that State's Exhibit 5 that we're keeping open for digital evidence.
Yes, sir. I'm a little confused as to how you're going to keep them separate. Tell me how you're going to keep them separate.
We have-
How they're going to be marked, I guess.
They're going to be labeled.
Okay.
And they're going to be labeled. So, for instance, on these, they're labeled timestamp included correct time. But if we need to also assign them A, B, C, D, and things like that.
And does that not need to coincide with the incorrect one? Or no? I'm just asking. Does that make sense?
When you say coincide, what do you mean? Because we can make
So there's been a one shown
With the wrong
yesterday
time.
with the wrong time. That's on this same
Yes.
zip drive, right? So how are we going to know what this video coincides with the ones that were shown last week?
They have the time, they have the date and the time, and we know what happened is the real time is 10:50-ish.
Judge, please approach.
Yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, we've watched sort of one event that you viewed on the Crosstown video, is that correct?
Yes.
And we've watched the original video with the timestamp.
Yes.
And the times that we saw were 10:49 to 10:56 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Approximately an hour and a half before the shooting.
Yes, sir.
You also watched other video, correct?
Yes, sir.
An earlier video from around 2:40 that morning when the suspect left the Crosstown complex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also watched a video from around 4:48 with the Mercedes arriving at the Crosstown complex. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you also watched a video from later that evening around 7:52 p.m. Of the suspect returning to Crosstown. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a video around 8:17 p.m. of the suspect with luggage leaving the Crosstown concourse. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as you watch these videos, did you also create a timeline of these events?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that back when you originally watched the videos, 11:24 and 11:26 of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Now, I passed you this document and asked you what this is.
Oh, can I take a look?
Those times I just read to you from that timeline, did you verify that those are the times when those things happened?
Yes, sir.
With the videos with the timestamps?
With the video with the timestamp.
Before they were ever put into reels or whatever?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Art. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Doing all right today?
Well, and you?
Doing well, doing well. So I've just got a few questions for you. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
So you were asked some questions about obtaining the Crosstown videos, and I think you said that you went on November 24th to try to obtain video from Crosstown and the 26th?
Yes, sir.
Did you go twice because you weren't able to get them the first time and had to go back, or were you able to get some the first time and some the second time?
We were not able to get anything initially because they had to have a technician to actually retrieve the video. What we did, we went in and reviewed. When I say we, I'm talking about my partner, Sergeant West, and I. We went in and we reviewed within a certain time frame, which was from, I think we reviewed from 2:30 to about 11 o'clock was our time frame of review. And we went and reviewed those time frames and had bookmarks done.
Okay.
Once the bookmarks was done of videos from each section or part of camera view at Crosstown Concourse, then their technician came in later and downloaded those bookmarks for us.
Fair to say that the system that you're watching these videos is a computer system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not like old school VCRs, tapes running, a wall over or anything, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm sure in your long career in law enforcement, you've collected a lot of surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
From different locations. And you would agree with me that it's not uncommon for surveillance video timestamps to be inaccurate.
That's true.
Right? And I think you said the way that you went about trying to confirm accuracy was by looking at the time when you were there and looking at the video and saying it was the same, like those times matched. If you're there on the 24th at 2 p.m., you looked up at the system and it said on the video it was the 24th at 2 p.m.
Yeah, we compared the live view.
The live view.
Yes, sir.
But you would agree with me, you weren't watching the live view on November 17th or November 16th when these concourse videos were actually being recorded, correct?
No, we were not.
You're going back and reviewing an archived video format of those, correct?
Yes or no?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes.
You don't have to apologize. Just say yes or no.
Yes.
And truth be told, you can't, whether it was the live view was accurate, right? You can't say whether it was accurate on the 17th, right? Because all you did was look on the 24th and go, my watch says it's 2 p.m. on the 24th. I'm making up that time just as an example. And the live view shows it as 2 p.m. on the 24th. Therefore, this must be accurate. That's right.
Yes, we use a live view to check and see if the cameras were accurate during that time before we did the bookmarks.
But that test alone doesn't tell you whether or not it's accurate on November 17th and November 16th. You would have to agree with me, right?
Yes.
So you can't say that these timestamps are accurate as to what occurred on November 16th or 17th, right? Because you don't know if the system was rebooted, malfunctioned, something happened. You can't speak to any of that.
I cannot tell you if anything happened to that system. I can only tell you that when we did our initial view, as far as live view is concerned, we compared, and that's been our best practice to do each and every time we download video to make sure that there is no differentiation between hour, minutes, because sometimes it can be a 30-minute time loop or an hour time loop. That's why we do the live view best practice before we begin that review.
Right, and that's something, because especially on a system like this, that's something that, computer technician would have to tell you, right? Someone familiar with the system that audits the system or works on the system or at least is qualified and knows the system.
To
Correct?
let us know if there was a time loop or there was an inaccuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, and you didn't have that. You didn't have that information.
Well, we had the computer technician with us at the time because he was the one that had to download all the footage that we had bookmarked. So yes, there was someone there to let us know that this is the time.
Right, but other than saying we've booked, because you said you bookmarked it, other than saying we've bookmarked these times, did you ever say, was there any issue with the system? Do you know these times to be accurate?
That was never a question answered.
All right, you just based that on the live time.
Yes.
All right.
His ability to tell us that we were in live time and it was accurate during the time in which we started the preparation of bookmarking.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Oh, 1 second.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
This will be Michael Gardner.
Step up here, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And see what you
Could you tell us your name, please?
Michael Garner,
And spell the first and last name for the record, please.
Michaelgarner.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a criminal investigator, special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with TBI?
Only 3 months.
Because you were with MPD before that, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I retired in June after 20 years.
20 years MPD, and now you're at TBI.
Yes, sir.
At some point during your service at MPD, did you become involved in digital forensics?
Yes, sir. In 2018, I was assigned to the organized crime unit, and some digital evidence came in, and they needed a computer guy to look at it, and that's when I started in digital forensics, which became full-time in July of 2020.
So about 6 or 7 years ago, you got your start in this.
Yes, sir.
And then full-time at MPD, what does a digital forensics person do?
We extracted evidence from mobile devices, GPS monitors, car infotainment centers, and reported those findings out to the investigators working the cases, sir.
Did you receive and have you received special training to do that sort of job?
Yes, sir. In both digital forensics and cellular technologies. Started with cellular technologies in 2012 and got my first certifications in 2014 with a PATC Tech. And then in 2015, I started working with the electronic surveillance and communication intercepts, and I got certified on PLX through a company called Penlink, and did a lot of call detail record analysis with PLX. And then working digital forensics, we like to try and marry the cellular technologies from the cell phone carriers with the device itself. So then I started working with applications like CellHawk and of course forensic applications like Celebrite and Magnet that would pull the data from the device and look at the CDRs and just put those together for a complete picture of like a digital footprint.
And is there still training that you do? You keep updated on this?
Yes, sir. This technology changes quite often. You can tell the last couple of years with 4G going to 5G, and about every 2 months I continue in education with sometimes 1 hour blocks, but often 3 hour blocks of instructions on just the evolving technologies. And that's both through Penlink with their systems and vendor neutral through PATC Tech.
I'm going to have you explain what some of this is, but before you testified, you handed me a list, I guess, of your training hours on various digital forensic things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many hours of training have you had?
Almost 1,300 hours.
Almost 1,300 hours.
Yes, sir.
And that is actual training that's not. You also do your job too, right?
Yes, sir. That is outside the scope of my work. Yes, sir.
All right. With regard to what we're going to be talking about here is cell phones, and we've mentioned it already, call detail records.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, I know that you have a presentation that helps explain the technology.
Yes, sir.
If you could just sort of quickly tell me what we mean by call detail records, if you would.
So when you sign up for service through a cell company, you've got an account with that company, and they can monitor the usage of that account, and that reporting out that we receive is the call detail records. And it's just the records of your calls, incoming, outgoing, text messages, your data usage, and they break it down so that you can be billed properly, and they can make a little bit of money, and you get real good service.
Do some of these call detail records have tower information on it?
Yes, sir.
And what do we mean by tower information? What am I trying to say when I say tower information?
So the cell tower is what we're talking about here. Your cell phone uses radio waves, much like a walkie-talkie or a can and two strings when you were little. But it's a wireless communication from that device to a tower that then relays that communication to whether you called another cell phone or a landline or another country. And those communications are logged with the company.
Someone like you, do y'all have access to like where these towers are?
Yes, sir. The cell site database I get through the FBI, a website that I have to register through, and they verify me as a law enforcement officer. And when Sprint bought, when AT&T bought Sprint, they merged their towers. They turned some of the towers off. So every time you look at a case, you want to look at the towers during that time frame, because the towers are always changing. And I get that list of towers and the list of changes from the FBI website called Indicat.
And so in your job, are sometimes you asked, or are you sometimes asked to look at call detail records that have tower information and attempt to determine approximate areas that particular device could be located in at a certain time?
Yes, sir, quite often.
And are you able to do that?
If the data is there, absolutely, yes, sir.
And have you done that one time, or have you done that a lot?
I've done that almost 1,000 times.
Almost on a day-to-day basis at NPD?
Yes, sir, daily.
And part of your job now at TBI?
Yes, sir.
Was a lot of that training, those hours, spent on that sort of concept or that practice?
Over a third of those hours are in cellular technology. Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion in the courts of Shelby County to testify as an expert on these call detail records, emphasis on location, before?
Yes, sir, I have.
One time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
State court and federal court?
Federal court was digital forensics, not cellular technology, but yes, sir.
With digital forensics, would that include extractions from cell phones?
Yes, sir.
And what is an extraction from a cell phone?
This is, we take the device, and if we are able with our software and technologies, we make a complete copy, if possible, of everything that's on that device. And then we take a copy of that, make a copy, and then we analyze that copy of what we pulled from the phone.
And to do that, do you have to be trained in the various programs and everything that extract information?
Yes, sir.
And trained how to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And have you received that training and those certifications?
I have. There's some of the other hours in there. Received training from both the vendors of the softwares that we use, things like Magnet and Celebrite, Gray Shift, and then non-vendor training through IASIS and the NCFI in Hoover, Alabama, through the Secret Service.
Your Honor, I would tender this witness, Mr. Gardner, as an expert in call detail analysis, emphasis on location, and digital forensics.
No objection.
Tell me what that tender was again.
Well, I'm not saying I got it right? Call detail records, emphasis in this case on location, and digital forensics. Extra copy of it? Okay, I can use that.
So I qualify this witness, Mr. Garner, as an expert in the area of call detail records with an emphasis in location and digital, what was that last word?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
I'm struggling with the technology over here as y'all speak.
Done.
Mr. Honor, have you prepared a report with regard to this case?
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this. You just verify this is your report.
Yes, sir.
All right. I guess we should go ahead and mark that as state's next number considered.
No objection.
You know how many pages?
76.
All right, it's a 76-page document.
Is it 76 minus 3 or is it 76?
76 minus 3 is 73.
73-page document. It's entitled Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Report prepared by our Special Agent Michael Garner. We'll mark this as a collective exhibit number 64.
We could return that to the witness. And if we can publish this as I ask Agent Garner questions. We've managed to get it on the computer up here, so we're ahead of the game. Obviously, the title page with regard to this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can skip to the next. You can go ahead.
All right. So during my presentation, I just do want to show these slides of me just mapping out where a cell tower location is and the antenna. I kind of want to teach you about what I'm talking about here, and kind of an overview of cellular technology and how it works. Because some people think you hit send on the phone and it goes to a satellite and then comes down. They do have satellite phones, but that's not what we're talking about here today. And then I'm going to go over the requested information of me, what they had asked of me, and then my analysis, and then the mapping of those records. And here they're just going to kind of go over the cellular technology that I've had hundreds of hours of training in. I'm going to bring you up. So we see these when we're driving down the interstate or we're pulling in the grocery store. So that is a cell tower, cell site location, base transceiver station. What we really are interested in is the tops of them. They're called heads. And those little white rectangles, those are antenna. You might see 3, you could see as many as 9 facing one direction. It all depends on the topographical area and the population of that area. The more cell phones, the more coverage you need, the more antennas the better service that they can be provided for you. So they want to keep you as their customer. So, and then the next slide, the one I talked about, we don't want to have the thought that just because it's a radio wave, how does that work? Unless a device is calling another device on the same tower, all these radio waves actually touch copper. It's like our phones in our house when we're used to wired phones. That actually touches copper. goes from the phone to the tower to the base station controller, and all that's doing is these computers are looking for the number that you called. If it's not there, it moves to the next one. And all of these towers keeping record of the phones that it's communicating with, this entire network is run by computers that know where the device is. That's how they can connect a call so quickly. But they can't all be connected wirelessly. So they hit the gateway goes to copper. And this copper line is how we can connect multiple switches together, and switches contain lots of cell towers. That way we can have a wireless network that's actually got a backbone built on phone cables. And so even though we're using a wireless device, it's actually touching copper. It's actually going to copper. So it doesn't go into space and it doesn't come down. And anywhere where you don't have a cell tower, you're not going to have cell coverage. So if you're out in the ocean, for example, and that sounds kind of silly, but you want to think, if you see the cell tower, that's going to have a cellular communication. So this is how the network routes your call, and each of these computers maintains a log of the phone numbers, and that's part of the call detail records that we get back. Now that rectangular antenna that you see on that tower head, it broadcasts a radio signal. And in a lab, in a laboratory environment, that is what that antenna is broadcasting in a perfect environment. It's about a 120-degree spread, and it broadcasts out. But it also has a little bit on the side and some on the back. But that's in a perfect lab environment. This is usually what, if you requested what a particular antenna, what its frequency broadcast is, you would get a graph much like this. And based on that graph, they build the cellular networks much like a honeycomb from a beehive, because it's very strong. And you get overlapping signals. So in case one side of a tower gets full, or there's a building in the way, a lot of trees, another side of another tower can cover that weak area. So they overlap these sectors, again, to give you the best service so they can make money. Because if you're unhappy, you're going to leave your carrier. You don't make any money that way. So they design these cell sites to maximize coverage for you. And that's how they're set up to broadcast, just like a honeycomb. And that little black triangle right in the center, that is one tower broadcasting in 3 different directions.
You're going to leave your carrier unless you're stuck with your carrier. It's too much trouble to change.
If you're unhappy, there's no too much trouble, sir. So this is a mapping from an old case I've done, and I just wanted to show you what my mapping software, or what some of our mapping software is going to report out. And so what it's showing you is it's accessing a side of the tower. It's showing a 120-degree angle, and then that shaded area, that is there by the software to catch your eye and let you know, and let me know as a person analyzing it, that that's the direction the antenna is broadcasting. So it's not to tell you where the device is. We're just talking about which way are the radio frequencies that was communicating with the device, which way was it pointing. That's all that shaded area is.
So if I'm looking at this thing right now, my tower is this thing right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about like 120 degrees sort of coverage. That's going to be this.
That line there, so that is 120 degrees.
And you're talking about the shaded area here
Is that part?
is for, I guess I'd call it illustrative purposes or something?
Yes.
Does that mean that there could be if there's a cell phone using the cell phone out here is not going to use that tower? Can you see my? You may not be able to see my.
I cannot see. I'm sorry. Can you shake it a little bit?
Can you see? Okay, you see it?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean if I got a cell phone like right out of here, that is not going to use that tower?
Technically, if that cell phone accessed that tower, it is using that tower. So I can tell you it's using the tower, but I can't tell you where it is, where it's using it from.
Okay. I guess I was trying to figure out, when you said it's to catch our eye, I think why'd you say this area here was to catch our eye?
I want your eye to know that the phone was accessing that tower from that direction.
Okay. And I guess that's why I'm asking it, because that shows more than a direction. That shows a boundary.
It shows an area.
Okay.
That shaded area is just to draw the eye more towards, it's coming from that area instead of behind it.
Okay. So is this bound? So I guess I'm trying to just get things straight. Is this boundary a strict boundary when we start? Absolutely not. Okay.
No,
That's what I thought. Okay. So this is illustrative of sort of an area or a direction, but this boundary very well may extend a little further or a little less, not be perfectly arc-shaped,
Yes, sir. That boundary has absolutely nothing to do with the cell site coverage. Nothing at all. It is put in by the software just as illustrative, just to know which direction that antenna was pointing and broadcasting.
I understand the point of that. Okay.
Yes, sir. And then the next slide. This is actually what a cell site broadcasting looks like. That is 2 cell sites broadcasting 2 different sectors, and that topmost antenna is in red, that bottommost is in blue, and you can see how they overlap each other and bleed over into each other and have that side lobe and the back. So like he was saying, that where was this device, because this is from an actual case but not this case, where was the device that when it was accessing that tower? If it's the red, it's somewhere inside that shaded red area. When it accessed the blue tower, the tower I have labeled as blue, I'm sorry, it's somewhere in the blue. So I can't tell you where it was. I just know that it accessed that tower within that tower's coverage area. And I'm saying tower. Right now we're looking at this. We're looking at one antenna on a tower. So we're looking at the broadcast coverage of an antenna on that top tower and broadcast for one antenna on that bottom tower. You can see how it overlaps.
Okay, so I do see, I understand what you're saying about overlap. Like, this thing's going to go out, and this thing's going to go out, and they're going to overlap each other.
Yes, sir.
What are the colors here? I don't understand this. So there's this brighter red pink thing, and then there's purple.
That purple is the mixture of that blue and that pink.
I got you. All right. So this light blue down here
is the bottom tower.
Okay, and then the pink is the top tower.
Yes, sir.
But where they overlap is the purple.
Yes, sir.
So now we see that we're never dealing. It doesn't look like we're ever going to be dealing with straight lines or straight arcs and just 120 degrees.
Never. No, sir.
Okay. And it looks like we're also going to be dealing with multiple towers at the same time.
Yes, sir. And that 120-degree arc, you can see on the pink, there's some behind it, and there's some on the side of it. So that tower, those radio frequencies are actually bleeding back behind. So you can be behind that tower and still connect to the opposite face. It all depends on the traffic of that tower. And these maps, that mapping was done at a specific date and time. It will change based on weather. It's rainy, the tower's not going to go out as far. We're going to have a music fest downtown. They're going to shrink, they're going to turn down the strength of the tower so that it encompasses a smaller area, as you have more people in a smaller area. So these towers, they breathe. The range of the tower, that could be maximum, and then they can turn down the power and it would be smaller.
So I'm going to ask a question that may skip ahead, but I was going to go ahead and ask it. For what I'm getting already from this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you or anybody's not going to be able to pinpoint exactly where a cell phone is in terms of a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters or 20 meters at any particular time.
No, sir.
What I'm getting is that we're talking about areas.
Yes, sir.
What I'm getting is you could tell me whether or not his cell phone is in this area, and this is an area downtown called Uptown, okay, and not in Midtown over here.
And one thing to point out that I left out is all those little blue dots in there. Those are other cell towers. So
that can help me exclude where I'm looking.
absolutely, because a cell phone it's not going to grab the nearest tower. It's going to communicate with the nearest available tower. If that tower is, if you think of a tower as a cup of water, if it has too many transactions going on that it can't hold anymore, that tower will let you skip it and you will grab the next one that's available to it. But you're probably not going to skip 3 towers because the probability of those towers being full at that exact point in time. So
I'm probably, you can see where my cursor is right here?
you would be closer to the towers than you would be out there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so if I'm accessing one of these 2 towers right here, right, then my phone's probably not 4 or 5 towers over right here.
Correct.
Okay, I got you.
And especially looking at this map, that little blob of pink down at the bottom right-hand corner is coming from that tower at the top. But there's, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 towers from that tower to that blob. If that device is in that blob, it's probably not going to grab that tower that's up at the top. It's going to grab one of the ones that's closer to it that's available, the closest available tower. Yes, sir. And I had mentioned a few of these things. The coverage is never perfect. Things like buildings and the weather. Downtown we have the river. Cell phone radio waves reflect off water. And the range of that tower antenna is going to be based on the population, the terrain, the number of towers around it, because the device is always going to grab the nearest available tower, the closest available, not the closest available. And with that,
Do we begin your work on this case?
yes, sir.
All right.
Just want to make sure that these pages. Okay. Yes, sir.
At some point during this investigation, did you receive call detail records for phones relating to the investigation of the murder of Young Dolph?
I did.
In particular, did you receive call detail records for a telephone that was identified to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive call detail records for a phone identified to you as belonging to Cordelia Smith?
Yes, sir.
Did those call detail records have what I'm calling tower location information?
They did. Yes, sir.
Were you asked certain questions? Did we ask you certain questions about what you could determine about those phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can begin.
So in February of this year, I met with Attorney Hagerman and their case investigator, Jesse Browning, and they gave me call detail records on this 901-236-1625. They were received by a search warrant by the investigator on the case in December of 2021.
For the record, is that the phone that was described to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then they'd asked me to look over these records on November 17th, 2021, between 1 a.m. and 10 p.m. on November 17th. And that was the analysis done on the 236. In April of this year, they brought me another phone number related to Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. And again, they were obtained by a search warrant in December of 2021. And on this device, they only asked a time frame of November 17th between 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. So not as many hours on the second phone number. This is very, very difficult to see from this angle. So you're probably going to not be able to make all this out. But this is an overview of Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee, with the locations that they had given to me with rotarches at these dates and times. These locations are important. Can you overlap the cell records? Just show movements. And
Let me go ahead and interrupt you and try to walk us through just location for a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just what we have here. We have people not from Memphis to start. Okay.
Copy that.
Mississippi River. Downtown Memphis, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is probably about where we are, right about here or something, is that right? I think that's the bridge.
Oh, okay, I see the cursor. I couldn't see it. I apologize.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
that is correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so downtown Memphis. I go up here to my green dot here. It's a few miles away. Is that Crosstown Concourse?
Yes, sir.
There actually is a yellow line that connects. It's just probably impossible to see from where they are. And if I go to my next thing here, this is East Memphis. And the line is to Valero gas station.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I go here to the red dot, South Memphis. This is near the airport. This is the homicide scene at 2370 Airways.
Yes, sir.
And if I go down further south, we have Whitehaven over here. Further south, the Gospel Garden Apartments. It used to be 2A Apartments.
Yes, sir.
All right, so South Memphis, homicide scene, technically South Memphis. You familiar with the neighborhood Orange Mound?
Yes, sir.
In Orange Mound. Valero gas station by the University of Memphis.
University of Memphis,
East
yes, sir.
Memphis. And Crosstown next to downtown, a few miles from where we're at.
Yes, sir.
And all this, so you go back to tell me what we're looking at here. What's all this stuff?
So I loaded the call detail records in an application called PLX by Penlink. And I did that so I can pull up every cell tower within 10 miles of, of Memphis, Tennessee, dead center, not downtown, but kind of dead center of Memphis, Tennessee. And based on the cell site list that I got from Indicac, there were 563 T-Mobile towers within 10 miles of Memphis, Tennessee. But based on all of those towers, we're going to look at the ones that the device accessed during the time frame that was requested of me. That was just a zoomed in location for the homicide scene on Airways that was just north of the airport.
Okay, so this is McKee's Cookies.
Yes, sir.
Airways Boulevard.
Yes, sir.
One second. we had a couple of slides that became not relevant, and so we've taken them out. So,
Yes, sir.
but they're still on the computer, so we're fast forwarding basically. Is that where you take back up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is a screenshot of the document that we received from T-Mobile. This is one of the first pages of the call detail records. And what we've got here is the name and address of the subscriber, this top red box. And it comes back to the Curia Guy and the address of 2667 Visory. And then at the bottom, the activation and termination dates of this account. So when was this account created? And the activation date was on 9/22 of 2020.
Through the investigation, are you familiar with that to be a relative of Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's Justin Johnson's sister. And this is the subscriber information for the second phone number, the name and address of the subscriber, Cornelius Smith, and the subscriber address of 1766 Wild Rose in Memphis, Tennessee.
So Smith's phone is actually subscribed to him, or he's actually a listed
Yes, sir.
subscriber?
Yes, sir.
And Johnson's phone is the sister?
Yes, sir. That's correct. And then the activation and termination dates, at the time that we received this, it was activated on 9/25 of 2021.
All right, looks like we're beginning with the questions that you were asked to analyze with regard to 236-1625, which you testified as the phone described you as Justin Johnson's.
Yes, sir. And these were the questions that, from our meeting, that they were asking, am I able to determine from these records if the device left the crosstown concourse? If I was able to determine if the device went to the Valero gas station at Park and Highland. Am I able to determine if the device returned to the crosstown concourse? And then again, did the device leave crosstown again? And was I able to determine where the device was during the time of the murder? So it's 12:21 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. Then was I able to determine if the device went to the Gospel Gardens apartments? And did the device return to the crosstown concourse after that? Those are the questions that were asked me. That was the basis of what I was looking for during this analysis. So the call detail records come from T-Mobile in the UTC, Universal Time Coordinated. The records come universal so that no matter where you are in the world, you can adjust the time to your local time. And our software does that, and we can do that looking at the data. So I make a copy, and then I analyze the copy of these call detail records. And at this time, we were outside of daylight savings. So our time zone here in Memphis, Tennessee, is UTC -6, spring forward, fall back. So I adjusted the call detail records to our local time zone. I did not leave them in UTC time. And then the second phone number, the 901-513-6236, again, these records were received from T-Mobile in UTC, and I adjusted the time zones on them as well. And only question asked on this phone number were between the hours of 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. What towers were being accessed by this device? Now, they asked me until 10 p.m. There was no activity on the device from, I think, 5:48 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's why the hours 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. is listed in this slide, because there was nothing to look at after 5 p.m. So 5 p.m., 10 p.m., there was nothing.
And this is the Cornelia Smith phone?
Yes, sir. So these were the tools that I used to look at this information. I used a program, it's a web-based, called CellHawk. I used Microsoft Excel because the records come in a TXT format or a PDF. But I can make a copy, and then I can change the time zone to reflect local easily in Microsoft Excel. And I also used PLX by Penlink, and those are the versions of software that I used on this case. When these files are opened up in Excel, they are actually pretty wide. So we hide a couple of the rows when we're not trying to use that information because it's not relative to the investigation. We can hide out the device ID, the IMSI, the IMEI, and so what you've got across the top, and you can't see it, and that's why we use really big monitors, because these fonts are so small, and the rows across the top are pulled from the records. And what you've got is the date and time, and then I changed it from UTC to Central Standard. The duration of the call, and the duration is how long that call lasted. The direction of the call, was it leaving the mobile device or incoming or outgoing? Then the azimuth of the cell tower that was used. The azimuth is the dead center of that antenna of that 120 degrees. Then that azimuth, you're going to have 60 degrees to the left of it, 60 degrees to the right. So that's the dead center of that antenna. But as we've seen, that antenna can be more than 120. But the cell company knows the azimuth of that antenna. They're reporting that to us. Then the location of the cell tower used, they provide it in two different ways to us. They give us the latitude and longitude of the exact tower, and that is perfect. Because a lot of times you see a tower out in the middle of a field. That field has a physical address on a road, but that's not where the tower is. So they give us the lat and long latitude and longitude of that tower, so we can walk right to it using GPS if we had to repair it. But they also give us the physical address of the tower, which would be the address of the road that it's numbered off of. And they're usually not going to be in the same spot. The physical address is where you would go, then you would see the tower somewhere on that property.
I have a couple questions that may be stuff to get to, but I don't want to forget them, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask them. You mentioned duration of a call.
Yes, sir.
So if I see a call between one person and another person on these call detail records, and let's say it's 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds or whatever the time is, does that mean those people talk for 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds?
That means you hit the send button and then hit the end button. That's the duration of that call. Whether there was communication between two people, or a voicemail being left, or you called and you listened to somebody's voicemail, I don't really feel like leaving a message, end. That's the duration of that call.
So the duration doesn't actually mean two people necessarily talking to each other.
Correct.
The second thing is, we're talking about calls. Is this same sort of stuff done for like text messages and stuff?
Yes, sir. On the T-Mobile network, though, text messages don't have cell site location. It's routed through the network, but they don't tell you which tower it was using. So now we're looking at calls and data sessions.
I got you. So with text messages, we're more limited on T-Mobile.
Yes, sir. And now we're looking at the phone number 901-236-1625, which belongs to Justin Johnson. And from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m., this device accessed a tower Now, this is where we're talking about the shaded area. The shaded area is just showing which direction the antenna was broadcasting its radio signals. It just happened to cover the crosstown, which you see. I dropped a pin in there to denote the location of the crosstown. So that device was accessing that tower, and of course it was providing coverage for that location from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m.
And so let me ask a couple of things here. First of all, it's almost impossible to see from where they're sitting. But this red dot here is the crosstown concourse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say from 1 a.m. to 2:35. Does that mean there is one phone call that lasts an hour and 35 minutes?
No, sir. The transactions that were recorded, the events, the calls are on the next slide, sir.
Okay, very good. Switch to the next one.
And we can only map the data if it's there. So if there's a transaction that doesn't have a latitude and a longitude, we can't map it. So what we're looking at is what I could map. And there were 12 different events, like all mobile outgoing incoming calls between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m. And all of those accessed that tower during that time frame.
I got you. So here's the list of calls, incoming and outgoing, and the ones that we have information on all hit that tower that covers Crosstown?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say you would not be able to say if that phone is on the 8th floor of the concourse or the 2nd floor of the concourse?
No way to know, sir.
Wouldn't be able to say whether or not it's inside concourse or in the parking lot?
No way to know.
Wouldn't be able to say if it's in the parking lot of concourse or the street to the north or the south, the east or the west?
No, sir. No way.
Okay. But in the area of the Crosstown concourse?
Yes, sir.
Between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this slide that you're looking at here, at 3:17 and 1800ths of a second a.m., the device accessed a tower on the T-Mobile network. Tower number is 65667. Sector 2 with an azimuth of 180. That just means it hit the south antenna of that tower. And that was an outgoing call going to 901-210-0852, and it lasted 1 minute and 43 seconds. And that tower provides coverage for the area of the Valero gas station.
All right, we're talking about entirely a separate area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir.
So
The University of Memphis area.
University of Memphis is right here. So the Valero station, is that what's marked here?
It's the green pin? Yes,
Green
sir.
pin, green pin.
Yes, sir.
The green pin here is Valero station. And we're so far away from Crosstown that this is not on this map, is that right?
It is not, no, sir.
It's going to be up and over here somewhere, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that highlighted road right there was the data that I mapped. That's from the records, and it was, that was that outgoing call to 210-0852 that lasted for 1 minute and 43 seconds.
At 3:17 a.m.
Yes, sir.
At that time, the device is in an area with the tower that includes the Valero gas station parking island.
Yes, sir. And at 4:49 a.m., the device accessed another T-Mobile tower, 65695, sector 64, azimuth 300, which is facing kind of north-northeast, with an outgoing call to 901-728-2851, and that call lasted for 21 seconds. And that tower is just south of the Crosstown concourse that I have a pin dropped. Yes, sir.
Is this the green thing, Carl?
Yes.
Could the green here is Crosstown?
Yes, sir.
Is this a same tower or different tower as before when the phones in the area across town?
That is a different tower.
Does that mean necessarily that the phone's not in the same place as it was before?
It just, that tower provides coverage for the crosstown, same as the tower before, sir.
Okay, so the coverage for crosstown is going to be more than one tower.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, both of these, the tower we saw before and the tower we just saw, could provide coverage to crosstown.
It could, yes, sir.
Okay.
And this was the transaction that I mapped the outgoing call to 728-2851 that lasted 21 seconds. Then we go from 4:49 a.m. The next information that I could map was not until 9:56 a.m. later that morning. And there was an outgoing call to 901-728-2851 that lasted for 94 seconds. And that call, access tower 11903 with sector 3, azimuth 260, facing west, kind of southwest, angled down. And that tower provides coverage for the crosstown concourse. I have a pin dropped. It's inside the shaded area as well.
It's at 9:56 a.m.
Yes, sir. And this was the transaction that I mapped out. And then there were 2 other calls that connected to that tower. 2 outgoing calls, 404-662-8744 that lasted 69 seconds. And then 888-111-2663 that lasted 66 seconds. And according to the service codes from the provider, service code 04251, that initial call was placed on hold. Those other calls were answered, and then they had a conference call together. So you had a 3-way call going on.
Okay, so there was a 3-way call from the device. I'm looking for the time board. Is it 3:50? Is it 9:57?
Yes, sir. There was 9:56, 53,
Okay.
and then the others at 9:57, 17, and then 9:57, 23. Then there was an outgoing voice call made to 901-201-9581 at 11:30 and 13 seconds. That access tower is 65731, sector 13, azimuth 300, just facing kind of northwest. That lasted for 112 seconds, which is 1 minute and 52 seconds. And that tower is south of the crosstown concourse, and it appears that device has left the air of the crosstown. This tower is south of.
Crosstown's not on this map anymore, but
No, sir.
it would be north of
Yes, sir.
north of this map. Is that right?
That's right.
So this would not be a tower that provided coverage to crosstown.
Correct.
And this is at 11:30.
11:30 and 13 seconds.
So by 11:30, the device has left the crosstown area.
Yes, sir. It's accessing towers that are south of the crosstown. Then this is a screenshot of the raw data of the tower that I just mapped with the outgoing call to 201-9581 that lasted for 112 seconds. And there was an outgoing call to 901-246-0101 at 12:06:07 p.m. that access Tower 158660, Sector 3, Azimuth 290. And that antenna is facing west-southwest, and that lasted for 3 seconds. And then an incoming call from 901-315-9866 at 12:09 that accessed Tower 165641, Sector 132, Azimuth 145, facing southeast. There was no duration on that call. Those 2 calls access the towers that are facing each other, the antennas that are facing each other from those 2 towers.
Okay, so we have 2 calls right there, 2 or 3 minutes apart, 12:06 and 12:09, and they're accessing these 2 towers, which are
Yes, sir.
near each other, pointed next to each other.
The antennas are pointed almost directly at each other, providing coverage for that area.
Okay, and do we have any pins? Do we have any pins for things we've seen before on this map?
There is a pin, but it's off map. That's the area of Lamar and Sims. The Valero gas station is not on there. It's too zoomed in too close to see the homicide scene, or because that's the writing on the left is the end of the homicide scene marker.
The writing on the left. Where's the help?
That highlighted to the left of the screenshot, towards the bottom left corner.
Bottom left corner?
Come up just a hair. Come up.
Oh, here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the homicide scene.
That's the pin that I put on the map, notating the homicide
Okay.
scene.
And you got cut off because I guess it's right here.
Yes, sir.
So we're in
We're east of the homicide scene.
we're slightly east of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Crosstown's way north.
Yes, sir.
Downtown's way west.
Way west. Yes, sir. And then next slide, that's the data that I mapped on the slide before, the towers that were accessed. And then at 12:17,
12:17, we're getting close to homicide time. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Somewhere between 12:21 and 12:23 or 4.
Yes, sir. And we've got an outgoing call to 901-519-1799. And that device accessed Tower 164286, Sector 131 with an azimuth of 90, which is facing directly east. And that call lasted for 6 seconds. And that tower is in the Airways in Lamar, the area of Airways in Lamar, just north of the homicide scene.
Excuse me, I'm gonna catch up real quick over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:17. If we could reverse one slide. 12:17. Towers here. Is that towers here?
Yes, sir.
And well, that's not you doing that. What is our? We have a pin on this map.
There's no pin on this map. The homicide scene is off screen towards the bottom.
Airways. Trying to figure out how far out it is. Do you have a landmark on this? We'll see it better on the next map.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the homicide scene is over here somewhere.
It's just south, so towards the bottom of that map,
Okay. Here.
because you've got airways that's running north and south, and we need to get closer to the interstate to see the homicide scene.
Okay. And we are about 6 minutes or somewhere between 4 minutes and 7 minutes from homicide.
Yes, sir. And again, this is the data that was of that outgoing voice call that lasted 6 seconds. And then at 12:22:40.
Let me stop you for a minute. We need to take a break.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just a quick refresher. 10:15. Keep your notebooks here. And we just stand in recess.
Court stays in recess. jurors now enter into the courtroom.
All right, Agent Garner, we had stopped off here 12:22 p.m. just after noon in the murder time frame of 12:21 to 12:24, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right, do we have some sort of phone activity at 12:22:40?
Yes, we have a data session at 12:22:40 that accessed the tower 29098, sector 23762, azimuth 180, means that antenna was facing south. That duration of that data session lasted 6 seconds.
Okay, and
That tower right there could provide coverage for the homicide scene.
okay, so this tower right here,
Yes, sir.
south, and like we said before, this is not a boundary, this is for illustrative purposes.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Homicide scene is the red dot here, is that right?
That's correct.
I don't know if they can see my cursor, but we have homicide scene, yellow line. So McCabe is here. And the tower is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
We're in the neighborhood of Orange Mound. And this is 12:22:40. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
What is this blue shaded area up here?
That is the mapping of a previous cell tower that was accessed, that was north of the homicide scene.
Oh, okay, I got you. So we've already looked at that. We've already looked at that one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we come down here for 12:22, and we're on the tower that could provide coverage to the homicide scene.
Yes, sir. And this is the data session that was mapped at 12:22:40. At 12:23:05, there was an incoming voice call from 901-315-9866. That call was not answered and it was sent to voicemail. And that accessed tower 164286, sector 131, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And then
I think we went back, I'm sorry, I think we went back with 2 seconds. Okay. So now we are less than a minute from that last phone call, is that right?
yes,
And I see Orange Mound.
this is the tower that's north of the homicide scene.
North of the homicide
Yes, sir.
scene.
Airways and Lamar, just north of.
All right. So would it be fair to say the phone has moved at this point? Or yes or no?
That phone just accessed that tower. I don't know where it would be.
Is this tower close to the other tower?
Yes, sir. That was the previous slide where you saw the little slice of shaded blue north of. That's that tower.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So let's go back to that slide. I thought you had said this was a previous call, but is this
It is.
a
That is a
subsequent
previous call,
Okay.
but then the device reconnects to that tower again.
Okay. So 12:22, the one that could cover the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
12:23, we're back up on this tower that is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Could this tower also cover the homicide scene?
I wouldn't know that unless I was able to do like a drive test on it to see the coverage that tower could
So would it be
extend out.
Would it be impossible to say yes or no to that?
without testing it being possible. Yes, sir.
Now, do also see, these pins are so hard to see from far away. This is Bradley Street, an address on Bradley Street, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, if we could skip forward.
And if we'll back up one, that slide there, that unanswered call that the device accessed the tower just north of, where you can actually see the shaded corner, that device then reconnected to the tower just south of it. When that unanswered call was sent to voicemail, it accessed that tower, 29098, sector 23762. Asthma is facing south. So you have an incoming call that accessed the tower north of it. That call is not answered, and it's sent to voicemail. And that transaction connected to the tower just south of it. That's what we're seeing right there.
And the tower just south of it, is it this tower?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the same tower we saw at 1222 that covers the homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to get this right, there's activity at 1222 at a tower that covers the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
There's activity at 1223, which is the call and voicemail,
Yes, sir.
which accesses two different towers.
Yes, sir.
One is this tower north of, hold on, I'm doing that now. One is this tower slightly north of the homicide scene
Yes, sir.
that may or may not cover the homicide scene.
Correct.
And then when voicemail picks up or whatever, same call, different activity, it accesses the tower south of it.
Correct. Accesses a separate tower. Yes,
Which
sir.
is that same tower that services the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Does that necessarily mean that the phone was moving at the time since it went one tower to another tower?
It could be indicative of movement. It could be that tower that services the homicide scene is just north of the interstate, and if there was a lot of traffic, that tower could get full and it would shift off its it would say it's a busy, full, no more traffic, so it would pass off its communications to another tower.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that these towers are close enough to each other that it could mean the phone is moving, or it may not mean that the phone is moving?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
And this is the transaction is listed in the records of the incoming call and being sent to voicemail that I mapped out. And had 26 different calls between 12:58:33 and 1:57:50 that access this tower in South Memphis. It's going to be tower 157889. Two sectors, 3 and 13. That's going to denote the antennas. You have more than one. Facing the north-northwest, that azimuth of 345. And that cell tower provides coverage for the Gospel Gardens apartments.
So now we're about 30 minutes or more, a little bit more after the homicide, and the phone's in an entirely separate area of Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Entirely separate tower.
Correct.
Vastly different coverage.
Yes, sir.
Vastly different towers. But we are the tower that would service the Gospel Garden apartments.
Yes, sir. And that is just all 26 calls from the records that I mapped out.
From 30 minutes after the homicide to over the course of the next hour.
Almost an hour exactly, yes, sir. And then there were 44 calls that I mapped out from 2:22:45 p.m. until 5:23:18 p.m. And these access towers, 156814 and 156815, two different antennas, antenna 5 and 15, with an azimuth of 240 degrees, and antenna 133 with an azimuth of 300. So that device was hitting that tower with those different antennas 44 different times between those, actually it's a 3-hour time period.
So the phone has left the coverage area for the tower that covers the Gospel Garden Apartments,
Yes,
which is South Memphis.
yes.
It has traveled
This is the
substantially east, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And I'm looking at the map here. Is it Hickory Hill? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the Hickory Hill area of Memphis. And that is 222 to 523?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those are the 44 transactions that I mapped out for that 3-hour time period. Well, it's very difficult to see. It was very difficult to put into a presentation. What we're seeing is 13 calls that I mapped out. Kind of shows the device moving in a north from the Hickory Hill area towards the Baptist East location of Walnut Grove and Interstate 240. And those calls, last tower hit at 5:48 on that northernmost tower at the very top of that picture. And those transactions just show that device moving northbound. And the 5:48, that was the last data from that device I could map from the CDRs. So we go from Hickory Hill on the bottom and just head north. And those were the 13 transactions that I mapped out.
All right, that was the Justin Johnson phone. 513 is the Cornelia Smith phone?
Yes, sir. The 513-6236. And there was no data to map between 11 and 12. It asked for 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., but from 11 to 12 there was nothing for me to map. There was no transactions there. And then from 12 to 1, you had 5 different calls that I have listed here that access towers, I guess around the Lamar and Sims. So starting at the top, you've got an incoming voice call from 901-213-7867 that came in at 12:01:26. And that call accessed tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest. And that call lasted 1 minute and 12 seconds. Then a second incoming call from 901-236-1625 at 12:02:55 that accessed tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest as well. That call lasted 9 seconds. You have a third call, incoming call from 901-236-1625.
All right, well, wait a second. I got distracted because something caught my attention. This last call we talked, these last 2 calls we talked about at 12:02 and 12:04.
Yes, sir.
All right. It's an incoming call from 236-1625.
Yes, sir.
Well, we know what number that is.
That is Justin Johnson's cell phone number.
Okay, so we're looking at Cornelia Smith's call detail records.
Yes, sir.
And at 12:02 and at 12:04, he receives phone calls from Justin Johnson's phone.
Correct, sir. Okay. Then the fourth transaction, incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 1211 that accessed tower 156958, sector 12, azimuth 270, which is facing west. There was no duration recorded for that call. And then at 12:51, the last call that I mapped was an incoming voice call from 901-273-4691 at access tower 161877, sector 13, azimuth 340, which is facing northwest. And there was no duration for that call either.
So it looks like with regard to Mr. Smith's phone, you're going to be able to map some stuff at 1201, 1202, 1204,
Yes, sir.
1211. But then not any time between 1211 and 1251.
Correct.
Okay, which would be the time the homicide would fall in there.
Yes, sir. And these were the towers that were accessed, and you can't really see the date and time that they were accessed. There were 3 calls on the that tower 158161 bottom tower. 3 calls there, and the times 1201, 1202, and 1204. And then the other 2 towers, the calls.
Is that, there's no pen, but I can see now. That would provide coverage for the Lamar and Sims area, wouldn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the 1211 call access tower there at the top right. And then the 1251 call access the tower there in the dead center.
The 12, the one I'm on right now is 1211, is that right?
121152, yes, sir.
1211. We provide coverage for the Orange Mound area of Memphis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I see there's a pen, this is Bradley, is that right?
That's correct.
And then, so this one's 1211-ish, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And then I move over here to this tower on the left, but that's 1251. So
That's
we've had a
1251.
good 40 minutes has passed.
Yes, sir.
And now I'm again in the Orange Mound area, and here's Bradley Street.
Yes, sir.
Homicide scene is this red dot.
That is a pin I dropped to the homicide scene, yes, sir.
Tell us what that phone does after 1251.
The next hour I looked at from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. There were only three transactions that could map out. That was an incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 1 o'clock. And that access tower 65664, sector 11, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And there was no duration for that call. Then there was a second transaction was an incoming voice call from 901-900-3143 at 1:14:54. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth of 90, was facing east as well. No duration recorded for that call. And then the third transaction from 901-900-3143 at 1:41:21. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth 90. There's no duration for that call as well.
What does that mean when we see calls with no duration?
It would be if you place a call and you hang up before the other party answers or the call connects, there's going to be no duration there. If there was an abnormal completion on the call, there'd be a system glitch or kind of hiccup, there would be no direction there.
But it still shows an event on the phone?
In the
A no
records.
duration call still
Yes,
shows
sir.
an event as far as the records go?
Yes, sir.
And you're still able to use, if it provides location, you're still able to use that location?
Yes. So, looking at the records, the calls that came in, there were only 2 calls. They were incoming and not answered, and then they went to voicemail. But you have to look at the records and the definitions page to determine that. And what I have circled here are the service codes, and luckily we ask for what these service codes mean, and they give us a definitions list, so I can look at their definition of what a service code means. And the 028, as defined by T-Mobile, tells us that a call that came in, it was not answered, but then it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail service numbers, voicemail service, 1-360-842-9999. And those 2 calls that show us 4, they access the same tower 65664, Sector 1, with an azimuth of 90. The voicemail that was left was 5 seconds, and the second voicemail was 3 seconds. And we can get that from the raw data that we see right there. And then that is a mapping of that tower, the 65664, Sector 1, azimuth 90 facing east. That's the tower that we mapped out.
This is 1 o'clock. 1:14, 1:41, 1:42, 1:46, 1:47.
Yes, sir.
And we are a tower that services Orange Mount. And this is Bradley Street, that's the pin.
Yes, sir.
Could that tower provide coverage for Bradley Street?
That tower could provide coverage for Bradley Street, yes.
Okay.
So there were 17 calls between
And
2 p.m.
Yeah, let me back up.
Yes,
From the slides we just saw, is everything incoming?
Between 1 and 2, everything was incoming. There was no outgoing phone calls made.
Everything's incoming. Does everything go to voicemail?
Nothing was answered, and everything was sent to voicemail.
Okay, so everything's incoming. Everything's not being answered, goes to voicemail. Tower that covers Bradley Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That'd be consistent with the phone having been left behind. No one to tend to it.
Could be. If the calls are not being answered, yes, sir. So between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., there were 17 calls that came in. This is going to get a little, wouldn't say messy, but the first and second, they weren't 2 calls. That was 1 call. It was an incoming call that was not answered and went to voicemail. Then the 4th call and the 5th call was another call that came in unanswered, was sent to voicemail. The software can show that as 2 different transactions, 2 different calls, but looking at the raw records will tell you that's not 2 different transactions. That was an incoming call, was not answered, and it was sent to T-Mobile's voicemail number. And looking at the service codes, again, the 028 tells us the service codes, they're circled. That the call came in, it was not answered, and it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail numbers. So you had a series of incoming and outgoing calls of those 17 between 2 and 3 p.m.
Okay, so what is the first outgoing call from?
First outgoing call was at 2:36. I'm sorry, 2:39:33. We got to back up one slide.
That stuff that you were explaining, I see outgoing on this list, but I think you were just explaining that that's not a true outgoing call.
That is not a device making an outgoing call.
I got you.
That is a call that's come in, not answered, then it's routed to voicemail.
Okay. So when's the first true outgoing call?
First true outgoing call was at 2:39:33 to 273-4691.
So the first true outgoing call, 2:39, is what you said?
2:39.
You said that.
And these were the towers that were accessed by those incoming calls. You had 7 calls on that top tower.
Gotcha. Everything in common.
Yes, sir.
Tower that could cover Bradley, Orange Mound. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the device starts accessing 2 different towers, the tower shown at the bottom.
Once we have that outgoing call at 2:39, then at
There's-
2:40 and at 2:56, a bunch of different times.
Yes, sir.
2:43, 2:47, 2:48, 2:50, 2:52, 2:53, 2:55. We start accessing different towers.
Different towers, yes, sir.
South of where we were.
And those towers provide coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims. And then between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., there were 25 different calls, both incoming and outgoing. Between 3 and 3:20, device access tower 158661, sector 13 with an azimuth of 290 that was facing west. There were 13 calls, 3 incoming and 10 outgoing. Again, item number 6 and 7 is an incoming call. The number was busy this time, and it went to voicemail. And we're told that by service code 29. And then after between 3:20 and 4 p.m., the device is going to move around the city, so we're going to see a bunch of different towers being accessed after 3:20 p.m. So this tower right there at Lamar and Sims, there were 16 transactions reported. That was between 3 and 3:20. They all accessed that one tower between 3 and 3:20. So the red dot is the pin that I dropped notating the homicide scene. The tower just to the right of it was a tower that device was accessing for that first 20 minutes between 3 and 3:20.
That's Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then it moves over and accesses a tower to the right at 1526. And then just above that at 3:29 p.m. And then that north tower on the top of the sheet at 3:37.
So phone is just so it's Lamar and Sims for a while because we held multiple calls there,
Yes, sir.
and then it's on the move around the city.
Yes. And then when it gets into the downtown area, I kind of broke those up because it got real congested to look at. So see the towers that were accessed between 3:40 p.m. and 3:55 p.m.
Okay. And all these towers are downtown Memphis?
Yes, sir.
And these towers are all close to each other. I'm looking here, this is one area of downtown Memphis. And our time ranges are,
This is between 3:44 and 3:55 p.m.
okay, so accessing towers in downtown Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
And then this is still different towers in downtown.
Okay.
3:58 p.m. and both of them 3:58 p.m. The calls were bouncing off, accessing tower to the right and then accessing the tower to the left. And then there were only 2 calls between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. One outgoing voice call from 902-901-864-2309 at 4:18. That call accessed tower 161877, sector 1 azimuth 70, which is facing east-northeast. And then the second incoming voice call, 901-318-7238 at 4:59, that accessed tower 154315, sector 14 azimuth 56, which is facing east-northeast. And that's what I have mapped on the next slide. Those are the 2 towers that were accessed at 4:18 and 4:59 p.m. The tower
Tower north of Bradley.
north of Bradley at
Orange
4:59,
Mounds.
and the tower providing coverage for Bradley at 4:18. So, based on the mapping information that
Okay, we're about to switch back to the first phone. We're going to get a summary, is that
yes,
right?
sir. We're going to summarize.
I may interrupt and ask you a couple of questions, but we're going back to Justin Johnson's phone?
Yes, sir. 901-236-1625. And this is all information that I mapped out from T-Mobile. Device, it was accessing the tower. They're providing coverage for the crosstown concourse from midnight to 2:35 a.m.
All right, so consistent with the area of Crosstown up till 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the device accessed a tower that could provide coverage for the Valero gas station at 3:18 a.m.
Entirely different area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir, near the University of Memphis.
Okay.
The device then returned to the area of the crosstown concourse by 4:49 that morning a.m.
Okay.
The device was accessing a tower that provided coverage for the crosstown concourse from 9:56 a.m. to 11:06 a.m. And then the device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims from 12:02 to 12:10 p.m.
Different area of Memphis than Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
So by 11:06, well, by
12.
12:02, it's in the area of the coverage area, including Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
And is that also the time frame in which we see the phone calls from this phone to Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide. Right. The device was accessing towers that provide coverage for the area of 2370 Boulevard during the time of the shooting between 12:22 and 12:23.
Towers that cover homicide scene, time of homicide.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Shelby Drive and Tulane Road from 1 p.m. to 1:59, which was the Gospel Gardens area.
Entirely different area of Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Tower provides coverage to the Gospel Garden, used to be called the Tulane Apartments.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Hickory Hill Drive and Valleydale Drive from 2:22 p.m. to 5:26 p.m. It was in the Hickory Hill area.
Leaves the area of the Gospel Garden.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the device went to the area of Walnut Grove and Humphreys Boulevard from 5:42 p.m. to the 5:48 p.m. There were no records to map after that.
So you didn't get any more records with location information that you could map after 5:48.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is Cornelius Smith's phone.
I'm going to summarize the phone number for Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. And this is also based on the information that I got from T-Mobile. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims and 1168 Bradley between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. And the device continually accessed a tower that provided coverage for 1168 Bradley from 12:28 p.m. to 2:38 p.m.
And it's during that time period that everything's incoming?
Yes, sir. And going to voicemail. And then the device accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims until 3:19 p.m.
Do you know where Pressure World Car Wash is?
No, sir, I do not. The device traveled around the city to the downtown area between 3:20 p.m. and 4 p.m. And then the device returned the area of 1168 Bradley between 4:16 and 4:28. And there were no records to map after 4:59 p.m.
Thank you, AJ. No further questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans?
Give you time for a break, please.
I think it will be. Ladies and gentlemen, you've only heard part of his testimony, so it's probably a good time for lunch. So let's just take the lunch break. Let's break until 2 o'clock.
What's stands in recess to 2 o'clock?
Good afternoon, Agent Garner.
Afternoon, sir.
My name's Luke Evans. I'm just going to have a few questions for you this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
If there's any point in time you don't understand my question or you can't hear me, something like that, just let me know. I'll be happy to repeat the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, kind of first thing I wanted to talk to you about is, I think right off the bat, you were telling us that, you know, the idea of looking at call detail records and matching them with cell phone towers to try to figure out any sort of general area where a cell phone might have been is not a perfect science at all.
That's correct.
Right.
It is not.
Lot of different factors that can affect the reliability of the information.
Yes, sir.
And I think you've hit on some of those, but you've said this, you're in no way, shape, or form here today to try to say where a cell phone was at a particular point in time.
Not at all, sir.
Right? Now, you said essentially you can talk about kind of a general area, right? Or
Yes, sir.
based on the towers. Now, first thing, kind of helpful to talk about what area means, right? A general area. I know you've said at certain points in your testimony that, especially your summary, that the cell phones, at times were in places where they were in the area of, concourse across town,
Yes, sir.
and towers that service that area.
Yes, sir.
Right. But fair to say, there's a lot of towers, and I think you spoke about this at the beginning of your testimony, related to T-Mobile.
Yes, sir.
But 500 and something towers, was it, in the greater Memphis area?
563 within 10 miles of Memphis.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, quite a few towers, and the reason that there are so many towers is because cell phone companies want to keep their customers happy, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, the idea of these call detail records and their inclusion of cell phone data location information, right? Like the latitude, longitude. Cell phone companies don't do that because they're trying to figure out where they're, where people are to a certainty, correct?
Oh, not at all.
They're doing it because they want to figure out how, customer satisfaction, right?
Yes, sir.
They want to be able to tell when calls are being dropped, make sure they have another tower that can pick up a call so people aren't getting calls dropped.
Best service possible. Yes, sir.
Right, so that's their point,
Yes, sir.
not to find folks.
Not at all.
Okay. Now, typical tower, would you agree with me that a tower coverage area could cover as much ground as 2 miles?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Right? And even in a populated area like Memphis, it could go out that far, depending on circumstances of other towers in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, when you talk about areas, in the area of airways, Nikita Cookie, that could potentially go out miles in either direction, a couple of miles in either direction, correct?
Down south towards the airport. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And you talk about down south towards the airport. I was going to get to that here in a minute. But, in fact, you talked about some calls that occurred about 12:23. And there were several calls and or data usage points at 12:23. And you walked us through, I think it was starting on page 44 of your report. I'll use the elbow. Is it on? And you remember what I'm talking about now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain again how many either data usage or calls go on at 12:23? Is it 2 or 3?
There's at 12:22. There's a data section. One data section. Sir.
Okay. All right. And then after that?
12:23, there is an incoming call that's unanswered and is sent to voicemail. Well, it's routed to voicemail, not sent.
Okay. And is that the call that goes over 2 towers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And hits 2 separate towers. And isn't there another data usage in that minute, that 12:23 minute? And I'll refer you to your report, page 45 of your report. It says the data that was mapped. And specifically, it references the second entry, data entry there down, references tower 65681, 122308, and the tower being at 2160 East Rains Road.
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't map that particular data entry, right?
No, sir.
And you're pretty familiar with the Memphis area, right?
Yes, sir.
And where Rains Road would be. You would agree with me that that would be down towards the Memphis airport.
It's right there at Rains and Airways. I know where the tower is. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to hand you a document, and this is, I want you to give that a look. Does that look like the mapping of Cellhawk?
Does that have a page number?
This is, I'm about to ask him if he can recognize it. It's going to be an exhibit.
It could be, yes, sir. I recognize the icons used for the pins that are dropped on it. Yes, sir, from South Hall.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, Judge, I'd ask that this be marked the next number of exhibit.
There's no objection, Your Honor. He's showing it to us.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a particular page out of that page? No, it's not. It's
No,
not in there.
not
Okay,
in there.
Good. I see, good. This is a map of different locations in Memphis. And I'm just gonna, it's got the Memphis airport kind of in the middle of the page. FedEx World Hub next to it. 240 is the gray intersection going through the middle of the page. And it's got 4 pink areas that the witness has been speaking of as areas of from cell towers, I think is what you mark it. We'll mark this as exhibit 65 to the end.
Thank you, Ron. Do you still have a copy of that in front of you?
I do not know.
I'm going to hand you back what's been marked as Exhibit 65. I've got a copy myself. And I'd like you to look at that as basically in reference to the 1223 calls. And I think you would probably agree with me that these calls appear are ones that you've already displayed in your report.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
That's correct.
And one over here.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that one that you recall the same point in time displaying in your report?
I don't know. I would have to look at the tower number and look back at my report.
Okay. And you can feel free to refer to, if you want to look back at your report to see if that matches. And if you recall, I think you testified at 12:17, there was a voice call to Tower 164286 to the tower north of Nikita Cookie and the scene of the homicide.
Yes, sir.
You said there's a data usage at 1222 to tower 29098 to north of Nikita Cookie, which would be this one here, correct?
Yes, sir.
29098.
That's correct.
And then you've got a 122305 voice call to the north of Makita Cookie at 162486 that you noted.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you've got another hit on the same tower at 122306, 29098, which is the one north of Makita Cookie.
Yes, sir.
Right? Now, you've also got this one, and I don't think this one got mapped, for 122306. It's a voice call to tower 21198, which is in this area of I-240, west of Makita.
I do not have that one mapped, no, sir.
Okay. And so, and you don't have any dispute that these are basing on the same call detail records that you would have had in relation to this phone number, purporting to be Mr. Johnson's phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then down here, the call detail records show at 122309, tower 6581, which is down here next to the airport.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, based on what you know of this area, would it surprise you, or would you know that it's about 3 miles from the Makita Cookie to this tower here on 240 or near 240?
It could be. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this: if Cellhawk allows you to pull a line right from one point to another
Yes, sir.
point, and if the Cellhawk software actually pulled a line from Makita Cookie to that point and said it was approximately 3 miles, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I would agree with that. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right. And then this part of airways, excuse me, down here at 1223 from the airport, would you dispute that the Cellhawk software showed it from its mapping capability that this cell tower is about 3.2 miles from Makita Cookie, from there to here?
Yes, sir. I would agree.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, number one, was there any particular reason why you didn't map out either of these 1223, either data usages or calls that occurred, the one out here at I-240 or the one down here at the airport?
No, sir. I did not map those out, sir.
And again, you conceded, we're not talking about it exact science here, but within a minute, this cell phone, the one that is associated with Mr. Johnson, is hitting off, what, 2, 3, 4 towers?
Yes, sir.
That are miles away from one another.
Yes, sir.
Right. And within this period of time, you would agree with me, and again, these mileages are as the crow flies, as they say.
Correct. Yes,
right?
sir.
Or as the
Mile
tower
sight.
would see it.
Yes, sir.
No one's, in less than 30 seconds, no one's getting from up here around Dietrich Avenue down to the airport,
Correct. Yes, sir.
right? They're not driving that far going there.
No,
Right.
sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned an address in your report, and I'm not going to say the first numbers. It's on that exhibit in front of you. It's up here, right under Orange Mountain, and it's Pfizer Road. You remember that address as being the one associated with?
That was in the subscriber records.
That's right. And I don't have your page number in front of me, but you would agree that that's the subscriber information associated with the phone for Mr. Johnson.
2667 Pfizer Road.
Yeah. You don't have to say the number. I'm just saying.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So that was the phone associated with Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Right. And as far as the subscriber information, and it's right up here, not very far from what we've got marked down here is Bradley Avenue, or their address of Hernandez Gomez.
Yes, sir.
Right. right there in that same area.
Yes, sir.
So, you talked about cell phones hitting the nearest available tower,
Yes, sir.
right? A lot of things can affect availability, right?
Yes, sir.
Congestion, like too many people, right?
Yes, sir.
On a particular cell tower, and you said it could even shift mid-call for people if there's too many people on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you can be on a call, and if it gets overly congested, it may direct you to a different tower.
If the device is stationary, I don't see that it would hand off.
Okay.
If the device is moving, I could see that it would hand off.
So what happens if you're on? Because I understood your testimony earlier to be, look, if you're on a tower and it gets too many people on it, it may transition you to a different tower.
You're already on that tower, so it wouldn't let you go. It would not let new traffic on.
Okay. All right. If you're in some of these areas, and like we could see, they can go out maybe as much as 3 miles, right?
Yes, sir.
So even when you're saying someone's using and servicing a tower in the area of Makita Cookie at a particular time, that could give or take 3 miles in different directions, obviously.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And the same goes for any of the locations, whether it's Valero gas station
Yes.
or Crosstown Concourse.
Yes, sir.
You talked a little bit about coverage area, and there was one question that Mr. Hagerman asked you about whether this tower would cover this area, and you said, I can't answer that. I didn't do a drive test.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is a drive test?
Drive test is where the Memphis Police Department doesn't have the equipment, so we have to borrow the equipment from the FBI is what we use. That equipment has antennas that measure the frequencies in the broadcast of the antennas of the towers within a geographical area that is predetermined. And then it takes those signals and those measurements and plots out a map to see during that drive time how that antenna broadcasts and can receive. And I put in a drive test result from an earlier case from years ago that showed the distance and I guess kind of lines of how the tower was broadcasting and receiving.
Okay. And did you do a drive test as to the areas of the tower surrounding Makita Cookie?
No, sir.
Or Valero gas station?
No.
Or Crosstown Concourse?
No, sir.
No. So when it comes to kind of the opinions you've given about whether or not a person was in the area, or excuse me, a cell phone was in the area of a particular tower that was serviced by a particular tower, you can't really know where in the area that person would have been.
That's correct.
And they could have been in a different area, right?
Yes, sir.
And because of congestion on the towers or other reasons, service that tower instead.
That was just the device accessed that tower. That's all I can say, sir.
And another thing that affects what tower availability is sometimes towers go down.
Yes, sir.
Right? And just to be clear, you wouldn't have that information when you get your cell tower database. Like you wouldn't know that from the provider that one went down for maintenance.
No, sir. Would not.
Or if it was damaged in some, for a period of time during that, which caused it not to be working properly.
Correct. We would not know that. No, sir.
Okay. And obviously that would, again, affect what you talked about with coverage area.
Yes, sir.
Right. What do you want me to run?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Super quick. You testified with regard to the call detail records and the location, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were physical extractions done from some of these cell phones?
They were.
And is it Jesse Browning that would have analyzed those physical instructions?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Evans?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
State card in exhibit.
Mr. Evans is getting my attention real quick.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to read a stipulation of the evidence, and I can ask the court to honor signature first. And to enter into evidence.
Why don't you read it first and we'll mark it.
Yes. Figured. Now, this is stipulation of fact, the State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson is on trial. Trial indictments 2204679. Stipulation of fact. The parties in this matter, the State of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, have agreed to the following. For the purposes of count 3 of indictment 2204679, that's the trial indictment, the defendant Justin Johnson is a convicted felon, having been previously convicted on May the 2nd of 2017 in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County under docket number W1700355 of a qualifying felony for purposes of Tennessee Code annotated 3917-1307B1A. This is a fact that is agreed to by all the parties. It should be accepted by the jury as true. It is stipulated and approved by the court. I've signed it, Mr. Evans signed it, the defendant Justin Johnson has signed it, and Judge Mitchell has also signed it. We will remove this into evidence this time.
Mark this exhibit number 6.
And we're ready for the next witness, except for about 3 things at the request of counsel that we've spoken about just now that we need to do. So if you could indulge us in about a 7-8 minute break, we'll be back.
Y'all heard him say 7 or 8 minutes, right? We're going to hold them to it.
All right, jurors excused. now into the courtroom, John.
State, can you call your next witness?
Jesse Browning.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing Jan.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat.
Will you state your name for the court and spell it for the record?
Jesse Browning. It's going to be Jesse Browning.
And just keep your voice up so I can hear you out here. Don't worry too much about that microphone.
Yeah, that's the microphone.
I'm going to tell you, just ignore it. Just keep your voice up so we can hear you.
All right.
Where do you work at?
I work for the Memphis Police Department.
For how long?
15 years.
And what is your current assignment there?
Multi-agency gang.
Are you an investigator?
Yes.
How long have you been with the multi-agency gang unit?
Since 2015, so 9, 10 years.
In that capacity, have you engaged and been primarily responsible for quite a few sort of long-term, larger-scale investigations?
I have.
Did you become involved in the investigation surrounding the murder of Dolph?
I did.
I think what I'll do is ask you a few substantive questions about that investigation at the end, but first let's hear about your special qualifications and experience with cell phone analysis, cell phone extractions.
All right. So about the last 9, 10 years, I've been analyzing cell phone images and extractions and dealing in call detail records, which is what you just saw. I'm not an expert like he is, but I have been trained and certified in Cellbrite, XRY, PenLink, which is one of the softwares used to kind of produce those mappings that you see in the records. And I use them on a day-to-day basis for about the last 10 years, 19 years.
Have you done that in the course of numerous investigations?
Numerous, yeah.
Have you looked at, and let's back up, when you said you're not an expert like him, you were talking about Mr. Gardner?
Oh, yeah.
Whose expertise the jury heard was on cell phone location testimony.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have expertise in those cell phone extractions and analysis of those extractions?
I have been certified. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in the extraction end. On the analysis, I do a lot of analysis. Garner does phones every single day. And that's what his primary job is. I'm an investigator. I utilize those tools to find evidence. Garner can dive into those phones and actually get the evidence that I need.
You have reviewed hundreds of cell phone extractions, is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Looking for evidence?
Yes.
In other investigations?
Other investigations.
And numerous cell phones in this investigation?
Numerous cell phones in this investigation.
And how many years you say you've been doing that sort of stuff?
10 years.
And are you, tell me if I'm using the right word, when I look at a cell phone extraction, it's some program called Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of them, yes.
Okay. Is that one of the programs you use to look at the extractions?
Yes.
And is there more programs that you use too?
Yes, there are more programs.
All right. And are you familiar with navigating all those programs and been trained on those programs?
Yes.
Have you testified with regard to the results and your analysis of cell phone extractions in the counties, in Shelby County before?
Yes.
In courts?
In court.
One time or several times?
Maybe 1 or 2 times, not many.
In this case, talking about the murder of Dolph,
Yes.
did you have occasion to analyze several cell phones?
I did.
In particular, did you have occasion to analyze the cell phone extraction from the defendant Justin Johnson's phone?
I did.
In the course of doing that, did you also analyze cell phone extractions from other phones as well, like Cornelia Smith's phone,
Cornelia Smith's phone,
Like-
Angela Arnold,
like Angela Arnold's phone, like Treon Ingram's phone,
Trion Ingram.
and other individuals?
Yes.
In preparation for your testimony today, you and I spoke, is that correct?
We did.
And I asked you to look at certain things, is that correct?
That's correct.
Certain things regarding Mr. Johnson's phone? And did you do that?
I did.
And in fact, did you prepare a report outlining some of those things?
I did.
Let me pass you this. Ask you if you recognize it.
This is my report.
Okay. And for the record, we look at it, physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device 236-1625. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the first page?
That is the first page.
And in that report, before we go through it, in that report, does it isolate particular text messages, for instance?
It does.
Particular communications?
It does.
Maybe an image or two? And other things in the case?
Correct.
Your Honor, we'd offer that evidence to say sex number, sir.
No objection.
This is a several page document. You know how many pages?
I do not know the exact amount.
Several page document, which I think about 10 pages. Physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device information with the MSISDN number of 901-236-1625. We'll mark this as collected exhibit 67.
My count may be bad, but I think it's 25 pages for the record. Right, if we could publish this to the jury, I'm going to ask you some questions as we go, Detective, okay?
All right.
And we'll start with just that front page. What's this information over to the left here?
So this is just an overview and an extraction report. And so as you see, I highlight, usually what I'll do is just highlight things. Obviously, I'm going to highlight the telephone number, but if there's anything that kind of identifies the user that sticks out, because you can get aliases and things like that, if it appears to be their full name, I'll just highlight. So essentially, I highlighted Justin T. Johnson 123@gmail.com.
Okay, that's the Apple ID Gmail account.
Correct.
With regard to the phone. We can go back. That's the Apple ID or Gmail account with the phone?
Correct.
Okay. And target number 236-1625.
Correct.
I asked you to look at certain text messages within a certain time frame. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If we flip the page to the next, do we see one of those?
We do.
All right, tell me what we got here.
So right here we have on November 16th, 2021, at 6:10:31 p.m., we have Treon Ingram sending a outgoing text, which is a photo of what appears to be like a white Mercedes-Benz. And then this was actually pulled from Treon Ingram's cellular device. So this was a text message on his device.
Day before the murder?
Day before the murder.
Outgoing from Treon Ingram?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Then coming to Justin Johnson's phone.
Correct.
And you pull it in Cellbrite or whatever program you're looking at, this is what it sort of comes up as. Is that correct?
Correct. It looks like it would your regular phone, but on the side as you can see below it, that will have just the information associated with that text message.
And here's the blown up photo, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is at 6:10 p.m. day before the murder.
Day before the murder.
All right. Next.
This will be November 17th, 2021, the day of the murder at 2:58 a.m. And it's a outgoing text message to Treon Ingram. And it's going to be a location drop. And then the location that was dropped is going to be 1168 Bradley Street in Memphis, Tennessee, 38114.
From Justin Johnson's phone to Treon Ingram, 2:58 a.m. the morning of the murder.
Correct.
Do you know this address, 1168 Bradley Street?
Yes, it's to the left of 1174 Bradley. So if you're facing it, yeah. So I think it's like that. It would be if you're facing 1174, it's going to be right there to the left.
And what's the significance of Bradley Street and or those addresses?
So 1174 is at the actual driveway, but where the white Mercedes-Benz was found. But I think it's kind of that driveway sits in between both houses.
Understood. And you say drop the location. That is Johnson sending a location to Treon Ingram at 2:58, and it's at Bradley location.
Yeah, so the location drop, it's actually, when you look at it from the map, it's kind of, it looks like he just dropped his location.
Okay, like this is where I am. or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Okay, correct. Next slide. Now this is not pulled from the phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just to put the slide we just saw in context.
Correct.
3:16 a.m. For the record, this is a video that has already been played at trial as part of Exhibit 5. Where is this at?
This is going to be the Valero gas station at 853 South Highland.
And what is the significance of the two cars highlighted?
There's going to be the white Mercedes-Benz and the Q40, or I think it was an Infiniti. And essentially, I was using it to match up for the location drop. So we're trying to figure out with call detail, with this, I think the call logs you were able to track to see where they went after that.
Bradley location drop, and
Correct.
some 18-20 minutes later, we have the white Mercedes and the Infiniti at the Valero gas station.
That's correct.
And the individual who enters the store here, who's that?
That's Treon Ingram.
We can proceed to the next slide.
And then this is going to be a zoomed in still shot of the surveillance video. We were just trying to see if we could get a better view of where we were told they met, just near some air pumps or something on the back end, and that was at 3:22:19 a.m. And that was about as good as we could get it as far as zooming into the photo.
And is this the individual that gets in the Mercedes and drives away?
That's correct. They kind of do like a switch, like one gets out, the other gets in. It was just very hard to tell distinctively who that individual was.
Absolutely. Would you agree with me? It's impossible to tell from even the zoom in who that individual is just from the picture.
No, maybe that they have gray pants on. That's about it.
Next slide. 10:51 a.m. Tell me what we're looking at.
That's correct. 10:51 to 10:55. And this is going to be on November 17th at 10:51 a.m. And this is a still shot photo of Justin Johnson wearing a blue hoodie, gray sweatpants, and black shoes with white stripes, and the Bass Pro Shop hat. And it looks like it's going to be his daughter just standing. You can barely see her to the left. And then
Were you aware through the investigation that he was living there across town?
correct, yes. And then the second photo, of course, is the white Mercedes-Benz.
And that is leaving the garage at 10:55, so about, well, pretty much 10:56, 56 seconds, so 10:56 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
$10:54 a.m., so it's actually, this would actually be in that time period that we just saw, is that correct?
Correct. In between that time. Justin Johnson, we found he places an outgoing call to Cornelius Smith with a 0 duration. So essentially, it was a missed call. So he tried to contact him. There was no communication, no voicemail picked up.
Okay. Next slide.
At 11:56:57 a.m., we have an outgoing call to Treon Ingram from Justin Johnson, and that call was about 4 minutes, a little bit over 4 minutes long. And then we have on November 17th at 12:04:32 p.m., we have an outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Cornelius Smith, and that duration is about 17 seconds.
And we are within 20 minutes, 21 minutes of the homicide, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that call you said has duration?
That's 17 seconds. And
12:23, is that correct?
Correct. So on November 17, 2021 at 12:23:06 p.m., Justin Johnson receives an incoming call from his mother, and that duration is 0, and that time frame was significant for me and the investigators because that was at the same time frame that the homicide was being committed.
And no durations, I think I just said before, nobody picks up, no voicemail, just no connection.
And they actually had an abnormal completion code, which indicates, like, if you look at the service codes, that it had some kind of network interruption. That can mean nothing significant, but essentially he never picked up, or the call might have not gone through.
12:25 p.m., directly murder time frame or after, is that correct?
Correct. 12:25:40, Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Anthony Mims, and it's got a 2-second duration, which appears probably to go unanswered.
This is right after the homicide.
Correct.
Who's Anthony Mims?
It's Big Jook, one of the, he seems like the number 2 on CMG record label.
And how's Big Jook identified in Justin Johnson's phone?
Under Jook.
As Jook.
Yes. Okay, so here is 12:26:50 p.m. on November 17th, 2021, and it's a FaceTime audio, so this is an actual identity lookup service. So what this was, essentially this was pulled from the file system, and so this isn't the actual FaceTime communication, and this, because those were deleted, and so they were missing from the call logs. You can see though in the file system, the actual phone will access certain things, and so the only thing that was remaining, because you can delete and move things, you can operate and manipulate your physical phone, but you can't get rid of anything on the file system. It determines when it's appropriate to get rid of it. And so the only thing we found was that there was some type of application with the FaceTime audio that was accessed by FaceTime, and then it identified telephone number 901-692-2767, which we were able to identify to be Anthony Mims' telephone number.
So this is about a minute after the call that we just saw.
That's correct.
FaceTime audio, or FaceTime rather. FaceTime, Justin Johnson to Big Jook.
Correct. well, an interaction, we're not necessarily sure which direction, just that the interaction occurred. Right?
FaceTime interaction between Justin Johnson's phone
Correct.
and Big Joke's phone.
Correct.
Okay.
It occurred. There's something that the phone accessed.
Very good.
And then right here is November 17th, 2021. You have at 12:39. So at 12:39:07, Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Kiana Hooper. And then at 12:39:56, Justin Johnson receives an incoming text from Kiana Hooper. And then at 12:53 p.m., Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Kiana Hooper. And the first call, which was at 12:39:07, lasted about 15 seconds. And then the last call, which was at 12:53 p.m., the duration was about 28 seconds.
And do you know who Kiana Hooper is?
His cousin, and that's the apartment they went to after the homicide.
Next slide.
The next slide is the actual, so the text message, that was just the record showing the text message. This is the actual text message that Justin Johnson received, which is 12:39:57 p.m. And it's her address, which is 4752 Haven Court.
Is that the Gospel Garden Apartments?
That's correct.
Used to be called the Two Lanes.
That's correct.
Next slide.
And after that, you have at 12:47:22 p.m., Justin Johnson sends that address, 4752, to Jermaine Sears.
And how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears?
We use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him, just by his real name and things of that nature. And then also, we ended up contacting him to try to talk to him.
On that number?
On that number. And we were referred to his attorney. He's actually it appeared to be living out of town, so we kind of let it be.
Next slide.
The next slide is going to be at 12:40:30, so this text is essentially immediately after. He says, "Now, bro, I need you now." And that's an outgoing text from Justin Johnson to Jermaine Sears.
Next slide.
And then at 12:47:51, you have Jermaine Sears sending an incoming text to Justin Johnson saying that he's on his way, I'm on my way.
Next slide.
And then this is an outgoing call at 12:58:59, and this is going to be from Justin Johnson to Kiana Hooper. It lasts it's a duration of about 12 seconds.
What's this here?
So this is Jermaine Sears. This was unique as this was inside. It was a photo that Justin Johnson had from a text between Jermaine Sears, and that vehicle was important to us because that's the vehicle that shows up at Haven Court on surveillance.
A nice Dodge Charger with that light black stripe and.
That's correct. All right. So still November 17th, 2021. You have at 1:26:29, you have Cornelius Smith places an outgoing call to his girlfriend Angela Arnold.
Let me back you up there. Whose phone was Cornelius using?
So he is utilizing Justin Johnson's phone.
So would it be more understand that you're privy to information, obviously that came in the investigation?
Correct.
But would it be more accurate to say Justin Johnson's phone contacted Angela Arnold's phone at 1:26, 1:28, 1:28 that afternoon?
Yes, it would. With one text message, so 2 outgoing calls and 1 outgoing text message.
And who is Angela Arnold?
This is going to be Cornelius Smith School.
Okay.
And then we have that outgoing text, which is, this came from Angela Arnold's actual physical phone. So at 12850, that text, it's the Haven Court address.
Is this again, to be hyper-technical and accurate here, Justin Johnson's phone, text Angela Arnold, 4752 Haven Court?
That's correct. So it's an incoming text message from 901-236-1625.
Next slide.
Next slide is just, it shows a call log. So you have a outgoing call from the 901-236-1625, so Justin Johnson's cellular phone number, to Angela Arnold's cellular telephone number.
Okay.
And then you have, I've got on here as well, because we had her call detail record, just showing that incoming call coming from Justin Johnson's cellular device. And then at 2:07:15 p.m., you have, so this is going to be Angela Arnold's cellular device is now sending an outgoing text to Justin Johnson's cellular device. And it's going to be, "This is C, bruh, send me, bruh, numbers so I can get my phone."
And who is C?
C is going to be Cornelius. They call him Little C.
And this was, I don't even know that we need to review these last two slides, but you also printed out the cellular device information for Treon Ingram's phone and for Angela Arnold's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. On those reports.
Now, you mentioned something about Justin Johnson's messages, call logs. Did you say they've been deleted?
That's correct. They were not there, but clearly when you look at call detail records, you can't delete those. And so we were able to see that he was utilizing his phone. He was communicating with people. I think as you saw, his mother calling and things like that. And those communications were not in the actual phone, the physical phone.
These are just sort of a mix of questions here that need your answer to. I think I've moved on from the phones. With regard to Mr. Johnson, a couple questions. Did you know he was a rapper?
Yes.
Did you review rap videos that he made?
I did.
Did you find some of those videos on his phone?
I did.
Did you observe in those rap videos that he has tattoos on his hands?
I did.
Have you yourself observed that he has tattoos on his hands?
Yeah.
Did you observe in those rap videos that he's left-handed or right-handed?
He's right-handed.
Did you... I'll strike that. Did there come a point in this investigation, while you're the case officer on it, in which law enforcement wanted to find Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Did they go to Mr. Johnson's house?
Yes.
Did they go to other locations in Memphis looking for Mr. Johnson?
They did.
Was he found in Memphis?
He was not.
Was information received that he was outside of Memphis?
There was, yes.
Was information received that he had traveled back and forth sometimes from outside of Memphis to Memphis?
That's correct. Yes.
Would you describe the attempts to find Mr. Johnson as a manhunt?
Yes, you could say that.
Multiple agencies,
Multiple agencies,
including the U.S. Marshals?
including the U.S. Marshals.
As part of looking for Mr. Johnson, was his social media monitored by law enforcement in those days that y'all are looking for him? Is he ultimately taken into custody?
He is.
And do you remember what state he was taken into
I
custody?
think it was Indianapolis.
Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Were the murder weapons in this case ever recovered?
They were not.
You're familiar that the car on Bradley was recovered, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the address you mentioned before with the location drop from Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, 1168 is next to 1174. It was kind of found in between there in the back of 1174.
Earlier in this trial, there was a case officer on this case before you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Terrence Dabney, who retired.
Yes.
Earlier in this trial, Mr. Dabney was asked about testing that was done on the car on Bradley.
That's correct.
Was there information that the car had been cleaned and wiped down?
Yes.
Nevertheless, was crime scene performed on the car?
It was.
Would it be fair to say that there were fingerprints found in the car?
There were.
Cornelia Smith, Kirsten Gardner, Trion Ingram. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there information or evidence that the perpetrators of the Dolph murder were wearing gloves?
Other than surveillance, but yes.
They on surveillance video, right?
Yeah,
You saw it.
Yeah. Thought you meant with DNA testing or something on the car.
Fingerprints found on the car, even though it had been cleaned.
Correct.
We know the people that got in the car at the time of the homicide are getting out of the car and in the car wearing gloves.
Correct.
Other testing that was done on the car, was there like chapstick found in the car?
Yes.
Testing on chapstick was performed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And some of these results, would they have come in after Mr. Dabney retired?
Yes, that's completely possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Were you aware that on the chapstick that was found in the car, Trion Ingram's DNA is found on the chapstick?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware that during the investigation they tried to search the Mercedes to find what may or may not be blood?
That's correct. Yes.
Were you aware that they took samples of that stuff?
Yes.
Were you aware they also took what could be called touch DNA samples?
Yes.
And when you're aware that that stuff was sent to TBI?
Yes, it was.
With inconclusive results, either DNA obtained but not enough to make any sort of comparison, or just simply inconclusive results?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know where Pressure World is?
Yes.
Where's that?
Right up there up Lamar.
It's right by Lamar. In the Lamar Sims area? Does that location bear any sort of significance in this case?
It does. That's where it was supposedly Cornelius Smith met with Hernandez Govan to get his actual phone that he left in the car after the homicide.
And that, as you said, that's in the area of Lamar and Sims. Is that correct?
Correct.
You aware that Mr. Govan's charged in this case?
I am.
Mr. Smith's charged in this case?
He is.
And Mr. Johnson's charged in this case?
That's correct.
Can you tell us why Big Jook is not charged in this case?
He is deceased.
That's all my questions, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Detective Browning. My name's Luke Evans. I think we've spoken before.
We have.
All right, so I've got a few more questions for you today. Just to follow up on some of the things you've testified to. So if I understand it, you took over for Sergeant Dabney as the lead case agent or lead detective on this case.
I wouldn't say lead. It was more like we're a support team at
Okay.
MGU, but I was one of several lead, investigators on that team. Dabney and others still had control of that until it turned into more of a conspiracy thing, and then as a unit we kind of pushed it forward.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure they appreciate you not trying to take all the credit.
It's a lot of work for one man, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, couple of things. Were you working the case at all November 17th when the homicide first occurred?
No, I was not.
Okay. How far down the road is it when you get involved?
Sometime around in the beginning of December, somewhere in mid-December.
21?
Yeah.
Okay, so early on.
Oh yeah, early on it was this. Wasn't in November. I think it was in training when it happened, and then when we came back, some of my team was already. They were on the scene and were assisting as it started to grow. You need assets and manpower and things of that nature. That's when we started getting more involved.
Okay. So, a couple of things about the phone and the exhibit that was put in, where you did a PowerPoint essentially, going through some of those phone records. And you talked about this some with Mr. Hagerman when there was calls that said Cornelius Smith calls Angela Arnold, and it was from Mr. Johnson's phone, right?
Correct.
So, and he made a point to say, like, look, just to be very accurate,
Right.
all you can really say is Justin Johnson's phone contacted that person.
Correct.
There's several other places in your report where you reference that Justin Johnson called individuals, right? But you can't say that Mr. Johnson necessarily placed those calls, correct?
No, just that his cellular device placed those calls, unless you take maybe the one on the elevator. Clearly, he was on the phone.
That one. For instance, you made a reference to a call to Big Joke or Anthony Mims in a FaceTime attempt. Interaction, I think is what you called it.
Correct.
You can't say who initiated that call or that FaceTime interaction, correct? Only that it was something that occurred on that phone.
Yeah, I was basing it off testimony that was given to me by other cooperating defendants and witnesses and things of that nature.
Okay. But based on the phone records, not getting into what other people
The
would on
record
this point.
itself, just an interaction between his device and Anthony Mims' device.
Because you would agree with me, when you start relying on other cooperating defendants, you're relying on them to be truthful, right? About their interactions.
Always.
Right? And they're not always truthful about their interactions. Okay?
That's correct. That's why we like the phone.
Right. And so and in this case, there's multiple instances where somebody's claiming to be using someone else's phone, right? Like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, like the reason you say Cornelius Smith called Angela Arnold, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
He didn't have his phone.
Mr. Jamarcus Johnson having Mr. Johnson's phone for a period of time, according to his testimony, and utilizing that phone, right? And Mr. Johnson wasn't the one, according to Mr. Jamarcus.
I think he stated more when we interviewed him that he was utilizing it on the behalf of just like for Justin doing three-way calls. So I don't know if that counts.
But he's got the phone, right? Not Mr. Johnson. At that point, he's got the phone, right? Not Mr. Johnson personally. So there's other people taking other people's phones for whatever reason, at least on one occasion, not even being in the same location as that person, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But when you're purely looking at call data, all you can say is this phone did this action.
Correct.
Right.
This phone made that contact of this phone, yes.
And talking about, and I'm not asking you what someone said, but you talked about cooperating defendants in this case, one of which you met with was Hernandez Govan.
Correct.
On at least 2 occasions, correct?
Correct.
And he came in and gave you information about this case?
That's correct.
And he also did that, he had an attorney present, right?
Yes.
And he did that pursuant to an agreement, right, where he had protections, something called a proffer agreement, where he got to come in and say what he wanted to say without his words being used against him. Isn't that correct?
Correct. He had a proffer agreement.
Right? And you understand that to mean that some people call that kind of a queen for a day agreement. He's allowed to come in,
And tell the truth.
hopefully, right?
Well, that's on him, because then he loses the proffer agreement.
Right. Right, and that's the risk, right? People come in and lie.
Well, that's his risk then.
Right.
Right?
But the assumption is he tells the truth under a proffer agreement, and what he's telling law enforcement in that meeting, those words, they can't come in and use those words against him, right?
Yes.
It's a form of something called use immunity, right? But they can't use those words.
Gentlemen, can they approach?
Now, kind of moving forward from some of the phone information, when you're looking at this case, obviously you're looking at the video, right? And it shows the video at Makita Cookie, right? And it shows a Bass Pro Shop, what looks like a Bass Pro Shop hat, right?
That's correct.
And you see a similar hat at Concourse, Crosstown video, correct?
Yeah, identical hat. I would say.
Well, you say identical, but let me ask you, did you recover the hat?
No.
All right. Very popular hat.
Yes, they're distinct.
Distinctive, no doubt, right? I mean, it's Bass Pro Shop. But a very popular hat. I mean, almost a stone's throw from here is one of the biggest Bass Pro Shop in the world.
It's a lot more popular now.
Well,
That was not a common thing at that time, I don't think, to see rappers wearing the Bass Pro Shop that I saw. And that's what I do. For a living, we deal with all types of situations where you're keeping up with the videos and what these guys are doing.
so you're aware that a rapper named Travis Scott has his own, signature Bass Pro Shop hat, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So, and people like Gwen Stefani have gone on Instagram and posted themselves in a Bass Pro Shop hat,
No, I didn't know that.
right? And so, kind of a trend, a popular trend, right? Those people are posting it. I mean, Gwen Stefani doesn't live in Memphis that I know of.
Yeah, I mean, if you say it is,
Right.
I just have not seen it when it came. That just wasn't a common hat that I observed in our investigations and just things,
Right.
Right.
Well, and even
Gwen Stefani,
So-
you know what I mean?
well, some people like the voice these days, right?
I'm not hating on it.
And so, during your investigation, you interviewed at least one individual from the Makita Cookie that identified a person and said he always wears a Bass Pro Shop hat.
I didn't interview I don't know what interview you're talking about.
Well, do you remember, would you have reviewed the other interviews in this case? Were you?
Yeah, there was a lot of interviews, but I don't remember somebody being identified. I could be wrong, but I just don't recall that ever happening.
So I'm going to pass you something to refresh your recollection.
Okay.
And let's see it. Okay. And there's a highlighted portion there in the middle. What looks like an interview that was done by Detective, I think, or then Sergeant Dabney. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was at least one person interviewed, and I'm not going to state this fellow's name because I don't know.
Burglarizing Walmarts with a Bass Pro hat?
Something, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but there's a
I
guy
don't
out
even
there.
see a reference to a murder or anything about that, but
Well, I mean, some guy running around in a Bass Pro Shop hat, right? So, popular hat, whether.
somebody.
Say again?
According to somebody, I guess. I
Sure.
don't remember interviewing that person or even seeing that interview.
But, I mean, no doubt you look at it. The interview happened. There's a report here of it from Detective Dabney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the white Mercedes, did it have any bullet holes in it?
I think it did in the rear. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. What about inside? Were there any indications of a bullet hole or?
There might have been. I can't recall. I think the window might have been busted out.
Okay.
It's been 3 or 4 years. I haven't reviewed everything.
Now, I'll ask you this question about cameras. You're aware that as soon as Bradley Street became a place of interest, where a car was found on Bradley, that detectives went out and canvassed that area to talk to neighbors and everyone else.
Correct.
To see if they had any information.
Correct.
Right? Also to see if they had cameras.
Correct.
As you sit here today, has there ever been camera footage produced from anywhere on Bradley?
No, I know they knocked on all the doors, but I didn't see anywhere where they were able to recover any actual video from the Bradley Street.
And do you have any direct knowledge of someone knocking on Hernandez Govan's door?
I mean, I can only assume because you can see there's a supplement where they're going and knocking on every door, but some of those supplements aren't that detailed as far as what actually interacted. It looked like either they didn't answer the door or they didn't hear or see anything was the common answer they were getting, and so it would have been pretty significant to get some type of video from Bradley Street.
At any point in your investigation, as you sit here today, have you ever been made aware of any camera footage possessed by Hernandez Govan? Okay. And that would be important, right, if he had cameras facing that abandoned house on Bradley Street, correct?
Oh,
And something that if law enforcement found out or knew he had cameras, you would have acted on to try to get that footage if it existed.
I feel like, yeah.
And you don't have anything like that. One moment, Judge. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will rest our case in chief.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a point where we've got to take one of those breaks to take care of some legal matters. It shouldn't be very long. Give us a few minutes. Stay in recess.
Court stands at recess.
So, Judge, on behalf of Mr. Johnson, Section Rule 29, I'd make a motion for judgment of acquittal as to all counts in the indictment, specifically conspiracy to commit murder first degree, convicted felon in possession of a firearm. As to the elements of each, I would submit that the state has failed to put on sufficient evidence to allow any rational trier of fact to find him guilty beyond a reasonable. All right, let me get ready. Judge, I'll submit this to the court largely because the courts have the ability to sit through all the evidence thus far, and perfect position to obviously rule on this motion without me belaboring the point. But I would specifically hit the issue of the conspiracy. I would argue to the court that based on the proof that we have thus far, there is insufficient proof of any agreement prior to the homicide that would allow the jury to ever, any rational trier of fact, to find him guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Essentially, what we've got is Mr. Smith testifying that the only times that the murders were discussed, according to him, between him, Govan, and Juk, Mr. Johnson was not there. He had one conversation with Mr. Govan and Mr. Mims at Mr. Govan's house, and he testified, I believe, that he had another conversation with Mr. Govan with others present, but Mr. Mims was not present. Neither time was Mr. Justin Johnson present for those conversations. And although we have interactions occurring on the cell phone prior to the incident between Mr. Smith and the cell phone from Mr. Johnson, there's not any evidence before the court that would be sufficient to establish a criminal agreement as it relates to Justin Johnson.
Your Honor has heard both direct and circumstantial proof in this case with regard to various counts. Direct proof from Cornelius Smith. Taking up the issue of the conspiracy first, Mr. Smith stated that he was present for times that Juk and Mr. Govan were soliciting and agreeing and planning the murder of Dolph and the other artists. He testified in court in front of the jury that the plan that day was for he and Johnson to drive to Westwood to this turkey drive and kill one of the PRE artists, whoever that was going to be. As happenstance would have it, they came upon Dolph, and we saw the video for ourselves. I think that's more than sufficient proof of an agreement and an overt act taken by Mr. Johnson in furtherance of the conspiracy. Likewise, for the first-degree murder, Your Honor heard the direct proof of Cornelius Smith, who stated he was there, and Mr. Johnson and he were the two that killed Dolph. I think that alone, accomplice testimony is not even required to be corroborated anymore pursuant to our Supreme Court decision just a few months ago. But there's plenty of corroboration anyway. Circumstantially, we've seen Mr. Johnson at Crosstown in the Mercedes-Benz with the outfit on both before and after the murder at Haven Court. And Your Honor has seen, the jury has seen, in my opinion, overwhelming evidence, but even just taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I believe Your Honor has jury questions with regard to all three of these offenses.
Judge, the only thing I would add about conspiracy is there's clearly some evidence of an agreement between Mr. Govan and Mr. Smith based on his testimony. Where I believe it insufficient is the link between Mr. Smith and to what degree there was any, they said that's what they were doing, but the degree to which there's proof that Mr. Johnson, assuming what he says is true, was even aware of those talks, of that agreement. According to Mr. Smith, he had no prior plan to go do that day. They were, according to him, they were going somewhere else to Westwood, and that Dolph happened upon them. So the issue becomes there's no proof before the court that there was any advanced knowledge by Mr. Johnson of any $100,000 bounty.
In the light most favorable to the state, the court has sat for the last couple of days watching the proof as everyone has. And I have seen both direct and circumstantial evidence. The court believes as to all three counts. As to the conspiracy, where the defense says there's insufficient proof, of any agreement prior to the murder. The court heard, and everybody else heard, Mr. Smith speak about the meeting that he was present for at Govan's house between he and Govan and Jook, where they spoke about the murder of Dolph. Mr. Johnson was not present for that. Mr. Smith said that. But there was also Mr. Smith's testimony where he spoke about them being present, them being Mr. Smith and Mr. Johnson being together the day, November 17th, the day of this homicide, where their goal for the day was just to go out and find somebody of the PRG group, the group that Young Dolph's recording label. And their goal was to strike out to find someone. They happened on Dolph, and we saw the video once they pulled up. I believe the state's made a prima facie case between those arguments and the testimony of Mr. Smith and the videos that we saw Mr. Johnson's actions there. I believe the state has made a prima facie case, and now these are questions for the jury to reconcile.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule your motion for judgment of guilt. All right. So the next question is for you and your client. Do you have any proof?
So, Judge, I'd like to have an opportunity to meet with my client briefly, and then I'll come back up.
That's fine. Let's stand in a brief recess.
Court stands in recess. Step this way, Mr. Johnson. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So, Mr. Johnson, you understand that we're at the part of the trial now where you have a right to testify or not testify on your own behalf?
Yes, sir.
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have a right to testify on your own behalf?
All right. Yes, sir.
And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
And we've had several discussions, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, how old are you?
26 years old.
How long has Mr. Evans been in attorney?
About 2 years.
About 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's gone over with you all those things he just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
About you testifying,
Yes, ma'am.
the pros, in the back, in the cons, the good and the bad. Y'all talked about all of those things.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand those things. What's your highest educational level you can go?
High school.
You graduated from high
Yes,
school?
ma'am.
You have any questions for him?
Ma'am, what do?
For your attorney? About this process? About you testifying?
All right.
You may step down. Any other proof?
No, you're right.
All right. Anything else we need to add to the charge? Come to
I was
that.
wondering,
How about if I print it for you so y'all can see it what it says?
there we go, there we go. That's better than me talking for sure.
Right, let's just print it. And, give me a couple of minutes. Let's stand in recess.
Course in recess.
you a minute to look at this. Mr. Hagerman was just telling me about your prior conversation with him, and he was making a recommendation to the court that makes sense about charging the facilitation because criminal responsibility is being charged.
That's correct. And we had that conversation, and I do agree.
Right. He's convinced me to take criminal attempt out because nobody's arguing that he didn't pass away, that there was no death.
Agreed.
So I'm going to take criminal attempt out, and I'm going to add facilitation. And then the
I think, yes,
list of the charges will, the second-degree murder will go second.
Yeah, I haven't looked at everything yet, but what I had scribbled out, Your Honor, is that if we skip to count 2 of the indictment, which is the first-degree murder count first, I had scribbled out murder first degree as charged. Murder second degree would come next, since it's an A felony with no parole eligibility. Then it would be facilitation murder first degree. Then it would be facilitation murder second degree. Then it would be, if Your Honor's charging voluntary manslaughter, didn't state, yes, you are. Voluntary manslaughter. Then it would be facilitation voluntary manslaughter. Actually, it goes voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, facilitation voluntary manslaughter.
Right, because the aggravated assault is a higher offense than the facilitation.
And then reckless homicide and negligent homicide, and I don't believe you can facilitate.
No, did I not take,
Did you check those out?
I took criminally negligent out, and I was thinking about taking reckless out, but I was going to listen to arguments either way.
I would think that those are obviously accidental homicides. I don't think that any proof could possibly support it. Strangely, though, I think that after you take those out, that you should put a simple assault in them, because I think that simple assault is a lesser included of aggravated assault, which you charge.
Makes sense.
Murder first, murder second, facilitation of murder first, facilitation of murder second, violent man, aggravated assault, facilitation to violent man, facilitation to ag assault. Reckless.
The state is asking you not to charge reckless or negligent.
I agree.
So after the facilitation of ag assault, just simple assault.
I think so, Your Honor.
No facilitation to simple assault?
Yeah, I guess so, because you can facilitate us.
I mean, we're facilitating everything else, so.
Yeah, it is an A misdemeanor. You can
Right.
Right,
facilitate it.
you can. Y'all look at the rest of that. Please.
So I don't understand. They said the placement of facilitation of a felony.
Say that again? You don't understand the placement? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because we have count 1, which is conspiracy to commit murder first degree. Are there lesser included offenses of that offense?
Facilitation to the conspiracy. No, but it doesn't say that, does it? it labeled wrong. Let me see. So facilitation to conspiracy is the lesser. It's labeled wrong. It should read facilitation.
It looks like the elements are wrong too, so.
That's what I was looking for.
y'all want to add something there at the end of the conspiracy thing.
It's the same thing on that.
Those are the same things. Give me something to mark this picture. Also, the conspiracy. No, what time we start tomorrow?
9:30.
know. How much you drink for coffee?
We'll put it on Paul's tab.
There you go.
Get my tab. Oh, I haven't had any. Is he helping out on this? Who's just helping out?
We're going over there.
Court's in recess.
court has decided to charge absent material witness. It will read, when it is within the power of the state or the defendant to produce a witness who possesses peculiar knowledge concerning the facts essential to that party's contention and who is available to one side at the exclusion of the other, and the party to whom the witness is available fails to call such witness, an inference arises that the testimony of such witness would have been unfavorable to the side that should have called or produced such witness. Whether there was such a witness and whether such an inference has arisen is for you to decide, and if so, you are to determine what weight it shall be given. This inference does not apply to the defendant because he has a lawful right not to testify, and his failure to testify cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. I ended up putting 3 full paragraphs in there for criminal responsibility. Is all of that necessary on page 23? Kind of felt like the second paragraph kind of explained what it was. And then the third paragraph was the one that Mr. Evans asked for. So
I think you need all that.
okay. You know, it's a lot of optional stuff in there, so.
That's fine.
where you want it right here for facilitation. Page 6. And that placement. Sure it's not. That's where you want it. Just that same sentence. Then you have to start the however. That's all. Just all one sentence. Yes.
We have one thing about the sentence. So to add to page 6, before, at the end of the conspiracy definition, but before facilitation to wit conspiracy starts.
Hold on. Let me get you where you are. So, say that again.
So on page 6, at the end of the definition of conspiracy,
Okay?
but before, the section for facilitation. So after the word therein, period, to add, however, comma, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction.
However, mere presence is not sufficient to support a conviction.
That's right.
Does it go somewhere else?
It's already there.
Okay.
Yeah, you already had it in the criminal
I thought y'all said it was
responsibility.
going in 3 ways. Just 2.
He's good. He's good with this.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So when I finish the verdict form, I'll email you the whole document again. And that'll be it. When we come in the morning, I'll charge first, and then give you opportunities to argue. Okay. Well, you'll close first, unless you choose to put on some evidence.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. But please remind me of that. We don't need to forget that.
Absolutely, absolutely. That would be an important.
It would be an important thing, so somebody remind me. All right, anything else we need to take up? No? You can adjourn court till 9:30 in the morning.
All rise. Court stands adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.